Okay.
Super exciting pre-show is about to begin. So I may actually have to quiet this down. It's about to begin. Oh, we have to do that. I don't know why that happens.
This meeting is being live streamed.
Yes.
Got it. Yeah, I know.
Because it's being live streamed to Facebook.
Must be one of the new security protocols.
You know what, too? Kristin told me that they are changing the terms or rules or whatnot
For Zoom?
of groups. Because hang on, I need to do this. Hold on. Turn that down to a low roar. Yeah, they're changing the terms or the rules or the something about groups, and that I can't, something about the way folks enter it.
For Facebook or for Zoom?
For Facebook groups.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they did something, changed something about who can be in, can't be. Copy link. Okay. Well, if anyone is there, it's sharing time. The fabulous, exciting, riveting.
Oh, I see.
Pre-show.
It's a security issue, yeah. It's for Facebook groups.
Yeah, she told me it's for Facebook groups, but I don't know. I didn't read it.
It's improving group recommendations, restricting the reach of rule-breaking groups and members.
Restricting the what? Say that again.
Restricting the
reach of rural groups?
No, reach of rule, RULE dash breaking groups members.
I'm not sure what that means.
We believe that groups and members that violate our rules should have reduced privileges and reach, with restrictions getting more severe as they accrue more violations until we remove them completely. And when necessary, in cases of severe harm, we will outright remove groups and people without these steps in between.
Well, that would be interesting to see who.
Well, I mean,
arbiter of said things, but I get it. I understand it.
Yeah.
It makes sense to me. If you have a group, you got an anti-vax group online, you need to do something about it.
Yeah. I mean.
So, yeah, I get it. But as always, it depends on, the victor's right to history. So I don't know if anyone is watching at the moment because I can't see. If you are, thank you. This is the exciting pre-show where Jeff shares the show to quite a variety of places. It is not exciting in any way, shape, or form. Wish I could spell. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a standing ovation and round of applause for the return of George Dare?
George, would you like to say a few words?
George was quoted as saying,
End quote.
Clearing
Yes.
throat. And
Uh,
oh god, it's 4:58. I really should shut up and hurry up here. Oh goodness gracious.
back in the world of the living. Oh,
I'm sure Lynn's dialed in from the shore.
yeah.
Say that. I don't come back to haunt me.
Oh, here's
Gosh. Oh, I do want to. Please don't let me forget to mention something to you.
I didn't do it, whatever it was.
No. I need to make sure I bring it up, and I can't do it right now.
Okay.
I thought about it after we talked last night. I can't. I just got reminded of it again, and I don't want to bring it up at this moment.
Did I say bollocks on the air? No.
Not yet, but
I think I just did.
I do believe Celtic curse words do not meet the standard.
Okay, they don't meet the standard.
They don't meet the FCC standard that we. What?
There's a movie with Samuel L. Jackson and
I think I got blocked from it. No,
name of that movie.
I really
Um,
interesting.
Where he's
Isn't that interesting?
what? He got blocked from where?
I think I got blocked from a group. I think I got blocked from the Rural Caucus. That's mental, that. Seriously. We couldn't find any. Ugh, they blocked me. I think that's what happened. It's good support. I think. I don't know. Unless Facebook's just having a thing. Are we?
I guess you were
Facebook just might be
disseminating too
having
much truth. Yeah.
I don't want to yell. It could be just a nothing burger, but they've allowed me to share their. Oh shit! It's 5:01. They've allowed me to share there before. So I don't know. Is anybody else in? Nobody's else in, right?
I don't see anybody else in.
Share it to group. I just got to get the groups in and we're good to go.
Hmm.
Signal boost, pints, hub, politics, visible, Simpson, that one, that one, that one, that one. Boy, I really want to share into that conservative group.
Where is
over like a lead balloon?
Can't find you on Facebook. That's the thing.
What do you mean you can't find me?
I can't find the show. You're sharing it. And I can't see where the video is. Excuse me.
Oh, God, don't keep doing that, please.
I'm going to mute now because I don't know that.
Almost.
Excuse me.
There. Why, how did this take so long? It's usually never. This takes a long time, but I started early enough. Should have been further into this by now. Okay. Now we've done that. Swipe. Speaker down. And 3, 2, 1.
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy. Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new? A man who's old enough to know and young enough to do. Well, it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you. But it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy. Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight? A man whose record shows that he will fight for what is right. A loyal man who'll bring the job a fresh new point of view. Well, it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you. 'Cause it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy. And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed? It's promised in the Bill of Rights to which we must be true. So it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you. And it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy. Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair? We'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you'll cast your vote for Kennedy and a change that's overdue. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Yes, it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy,
Welcome, welcome, welcome from my humble second bedroom, which is now the studio in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in these United States. On this planet Earth, the only one we have. Third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This it's the Kennedy Effect for 12 September 2021. Thank you all for being here and for returning to us here on the program after a Labor Day break and holiday, and we hope you had a very good Labor Day break and holiday. We're in a bit of the stretch now, aren't we? Unless you're taking a day off here or there, we are pretty much in it until what? Thanksgiving, I think. I don't think there's any more federal holidays on the schedule, is there? So I guess we're pretty well busy until Thanksgiving. But welcome back. We thank you so much for being here. At literally every single one of you. We are just, we're humbled and we're honored and we're happy that you're here. We simply could not do this program without you. There is no television or radio program of any sort without folks like you who are watching and listening and consuming the program. So to each and every single one of you, every single individual who takes in this program, either live or recorded, we thank you. We could not be here if you are not there. For all of our friends, family, cohorts in crime, so to speak. That's a joke. We don't do crime here on the program. Wherever you might be watching on Facebook. And we have shared the program today. If I can do this very quickly, I will let you know. I have shared the program today to 85 different places. 85 different places across the Facebook universe. Wherever you might be watching this program live, to any of the places that we have sent it. Free Speech TV, of course, our friends at TCP, the Our Revolution Pennsylvania Facebook page, the Our Revolution National page, the Progressive Democrats of America healthcare team, the Las Vegas DSA, the Green Party of Massachusetts, actually, Progressives and Greens of Massachusetts, the Washington, D.C. DSA chapter. Actually, the Vegas is the Medicare for All team, I believe. But wherever you are taking in this program, thank you. Of course, I know I said thank you a lot, but I'm going to say thank you again as we continue on and on and on and on throughout the program. You can stay exactly where you are and continue to watch the program, enjoy it, watch it, stare at it, listen to it in the background as you are busy for other things. And actually, this would be perhaps the second Sunday. No, because Monday was Labor Day. So perhaps the first real Sunday for some of you across the country as you might be preparing the young ones for school tomorrow. So if you are listening to us sort of in the background or as you cook or whatever it might be, that you're doing and taking care of the program, people continue to message me through the program. I love that. And I was dumb enough not to silence my phone. So that's my fault. Thank you. Stay right where you are. Enjoy. That's awesome. However, if you would like to be part of the live chat that is happening currently, well, I can't say it's currently happening. A couple people said hello, and I thank them for that, by the way. But a couple, I can see who joins and who's watching and so on. I will say hello to you, welcome you into the room and so on. Please come to our home group Facebook page for the program called, it's right on your screen there, That Other Side of Information. We love every group that we share to. And again, you can stay right there and enjoy the program. Feel free. It's awesome. Great. No problem. But if you would like to interact with the program, please feel free to come to the homepage. You will see the show there as part of the timeline. Tap on it. It will expand and you can see how you can make a comment and also how you can share the program. And we would be honored and grateful if you did exactly that. It helps build this family and build this group and build this audience. And we are happy to have those things happen. So come on over. That Other Side of Information, expand the screen and join the chat. To our friends and family and sisters and brothers and everyone at hot101.net, thank you again for being here, for allowing us to be part of your lives for about 3 hours on a Sunday evening. We are so grateful. And I can be a bit repetitive because I do tend to fall into the same phrases and phrasing at times. But it's true. We are very grateful and we are very humbled and we are very proud to be part of the hot101.net family. It means a lot to us. We are very different from everything else that happens on hot101.net, and we're very proud of that. And yet, you loyal listeners and supporters of Hot 101 continue to welcome us onto your desktops, your laptops, your tablets, your phones, your speakers, your Bluetoothing in the car, your smart headphones, whatever it might be. You allow us in and we are grateful. We know that the numbers are strong around the globe. So we are reaching you and you are listening, and we are exceptionally proud of that. We're exceptionally grateful for it, and we're humbled by it. If you are not there, then we are not here. If you do not know how to listen to hot101.net, well, I tell you every week. In fact, I tell you multiple times a week, but this is the time I'm going to make you write it all down. Our name is our web address. It is hot101.net. That's the main website page. Go there and you can listen straight from there. If you go to I've lost my place. I lost my place in my own brain. My brain lost me there. It floated. Did anyone see it float away? Because I think it floated away. You have hot101.net. You can get through the various apps. If you have an Apple device, you can go to the Apple App Store and find the app for hot101.net. If you have an Android device, you can go to the Google Play Store and find the app for hot101.net. If you have Apple or Android or LG or a Google Pixel or any of the other types of phones around on the planet, you can go to the TuneIn radio app and search for hot101.net, and you can listen to us there. And last but not least, and it's a big deal when you're in the radio business, it really is a big deal, you can go to Alexa and tell her to play hot101.net. And finally, to our friends and family at TCP, the Culture Professional, thanks again. We are happy to be with you and happy you are with us. Thanks so much. We will open up the phone line. You know what? I should have opened it up probably right away, as we will be waiting on our guests for now. So we're going to be a little awkward, perhaps a little choppy as we begin the program today. Look at me typing live on the air. What great production work. We are expecting our guests, the leadership of PDA, the Progressive Democrats of America. They have been kind enough to join us this week. However, they are actually in the middle of their national call. So they will be joining us when they are free from their call. So we are going to vamp and ad lib and chat with you until such a time as they are able to join us. Did I put the right phone number on? I certainly did. If you are watching us live, you will see on the screen that our phone number will come up soon. If you ever wanted to call the program, this is a perfect time to do it. You can join us and say your piece immediately, straight out of the gate. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, 227-227-9189. That is the phone number for the program. You can call in and speak to us live on the air. No problem, no pressure. You can just speak to the globe. It's easy. It's just like a phone conversation. As I welcome yet another person by misspelling his name. That's pretty rude. And I continue to do it. I'm trying to welcome somebody into the chat because I like to say hi to each and every one of you. And I'm just butchering it here, kids. So boy, is this terrible radio and terrible TV, isn't it? So since we haven't, I also want to welcome back to the program. No small detail here. I want to welcome back to the program live. You are seeing a second screen in the box there in the Zoom. And that is, of course, my dear friend of 2 decades, I believe, and the technical producer of the program, George Dayer, quite literally back from the dead. Welcome home, George.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. I will try not to make you laugh too much, lest you share a lung with the audience, which I don't think is part of the plan today. Let me also add that you can email us, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. It is yet another way to get in touch with us here at the program. And because I have the time to do so, I want to do this a little slower and a little more deliberate than I might normally do. I have made the Patreon pitch to you before. I have made the advertiser pitch to you before, and I'm going to do it again. And it's not, the most exciting radio, but let me just tell you again why it is important. This program currently runs exclusively on the money that I put into it. We do have 2 Patreon subscribers. I've gotten, money at Christmas time to use on the program, which is sweet beyond words. I mean, more sweet, the fact that people are willing to contribute to what, started as a genuine service, but is, in fairness, also a bit of a passion project. I love radio and I think I'm somewhat good at it, so I do it. That means everything. But what we're going to need and I quite literally mean need, to get this program to, I guess you would say, another level. I hate to, that sounds terribly cliche, but it is true. To get the program to another level is your continued, and dare I say, expanded support. If you have considered contributing anything to this program, we invite you to do so. If you've never considered it, we invite you to do so. We have set up a Patreon account. What does that mean? It means that you can quite literally donate money to the program, like a subscription. Now, our Patreon rates are, and George is going to remind me, they are incredibly low and simple. I believe the lowest subscription might be as little as, George, tell me what the levels are again, please. What are the Patreon levels? Oh, did you walk away? Probably walked away from his computer. I would too.
No, I did not walk away from my computer.
What are the Patreon levels again? They start at $3.
I'm looking. Yeah, I believe they start at $3. Let me just make sure.
I thought it was. I thought it was in there. You could be a subscriber to our program, a regular contributor, a financial contributor to our program for as little as $3 a month. 3 times 12, the last time I checked, is 36, for as little as $36 for an entire year. Now, look, if someone handed me $36, my dad always told me, it's a lot of money if you would take it, if someone handed it to you. So if somebody handed me $36 in an envelope, I would gladly take it. So I understand that even for some of you, 36 might be an awful lot, but that's for the entirety of the year. It is $3 a month. And we invite you, we ask you to please consider being a subscriber to this program. To this day, it's something that I promised you from day one when Patreon began, and I will continue to live up to this promise. Not one single dime that is being contributed to this program by our whopping 2 subscribers, not a single dime of it has gone into my pocket or George's pocket or anybody's pocket. We have used it to support the program, period, end of story. That is the absolute truth. That's it. Every single dime that we are able to garner through subscriptions will be poured back into the program. I have used some of it for picture frames and art, for supplies, for new technology, for some additional headsets and microphones for here in the studio, but we have used it all to put back into the program. And George will tell you, his paycheck continues to go into the negative numbers. He does not make a dime. I do not make a dime. April does not make a dime. Nobody makes any money on this program. That's why your help is really the help that we kind of need, because when we need something new for the program, we can't always get it right away, and we sometimes have to duct tape and Flex Seal and spit chewing gum and wire the thing together. I hope you will consider being a part of the program and being a part of the family by becoming a Patreon subscriber. If you have a product, a service, a business, if you are your business, you have whatever it might be that you want to advertise, this is the place to do it. And we ask you to please consider being an advertiser on our program. Be the very first advertiser on our program. I will do a live read for you. I will do it every hour or every half hour, depending on how often you want it done. And the real cool thing is that it will go out onto 2 global internet outlets. It will go on television, and it will stay forever part of this program because as we know how Facebook works, when you put a video up, it stays there and stays there and stays there. But also it will go to our YouTube channel and it will stay there as well. If you are a business that is concerned, and I don't, take this as any slight, I don't think it's a small concern or an unjustified concern. I think it's quite, I think it makes sense. If you are concerned about advertising on a political program, no problem. We can always add a disclaimer that your business, your service, your product, your person, whatever it might be, does not necessarily agree with all the opinions you might hear. I have no problem with that at all. We simply want you to advertise yourself on this program, especially if you're a small business, especially if you, one solitary person, if you are your business, a lawyer, a baker, a flower designer, whatever you might be, and you alone are your own business, we want you to advertise here and get out to a global audience. Admittedly, an audience that is mostly progressive, but then again, seems to be that it's progressives that are mostly supporting local businesses. So if you are a small and local business and you really quite literally want to reach a global audience, we hope you will consider advertising with us here on the Kennedy Effect each week. And again, once we are done, once we sign off live, your advertisement will continue to live on all the recordings and everywhere the recording of this program lives on. So you don't know how to reach the program. I am doing this a little bit longer and slower with you today. We're taking almost a half an hour to tell you all about our own program that's been on the air for an hour and a half, but we were away for a week. I want you to remember all the different places that you can reach this program. Again, we've shared the program this week to 85 places across Facebook. There are no shortage of groups where you can find this program. There is also our own social media. You can find us on Instagram, That Other Side of Information. You can find us the Patreon that I described earlier, which you get for drinking soda before the program. The Instagram is That Other Side of Information. The Patreon that I described just a few moments ago is also called That Other Side of Information. TikTok. I remembered to do a TikTok today, kids. I forgot to do a TikTok for 2 weeks in a row. I did one today. Is That Other Side of Information. In fact, I did it almost an hour ago. So I usually do it 20 freaking minutes or something before I actually remembered to do it sooner. So a whopping hour. But hey, for me, it's pretty darn good. I usually don't remember at all. TikTok, That Other Side of Information. You see it right there on your screen. George reading my mind yet again. Something's blocked there at the top of the picture that George is sharing. That is our Twitter handle. You can live tweet me right now, right in the middle of the program. My Twitter page is up. I will see it. If you want to tweet me, literally only one person ever has during the course of the program. That was Katie Bloom, and that was pretty funny when she did that. But that said, you can tweet me right now, live right this minute, at That Kennedy Talk, or you can go to twitter.com/That Other Side of Information. And finally, and quite possibly one of the more, I hate to say that any one thing is more important than any other, but really what might be one of our real important social media outlets, and that's our YouTube channel. And why do I think that it is that important? And that is because it is our repository. It is our library. Every recorded episode of the Kennedy Effect can be found on our YouTube channel, That Other Side of Information. Not sure if you want to advertise on our program? Go to YouTube, check us out. Not sure you want to be a Patreon subscriber? Not sure what you might be subscribing to? Go to YouTube and check us out. I tell I've told you live actually before quite a number of times that when I sit behind this mic, I love doing this program. It is damn near impossible to get me to shut up, even after 3 solid hours, 3.5, sometimes 4. We've had some programs go, push the 5-hour boundary. It is tough sometimes to get me to shut up. It's partly why I do this program. I do think you have to have a little bit of an ego to do media, and I do think you have to have a little bit of an ego to run for office and things like that. But we started this program again with no money, no advertisers, existing technology. George was brilliant in looking for some programs that we could use for free. We eventually built up to, I think we shared our very first show. We had no guest. I spoke entirely off the cuff for almost 3 full hours. And I think we shared that program out to about a dozen places across Facebook. We now share between 80, well, you'll see this week we shared to 85. If others among you who are listening continue to pass the show on, we'll probably, shares usually end up between 80 and 100 each week. We now have a YouTube channel. We are on TCP's Roku channel. We are on hot101.net. And we did that with no money and no advertisers. If you are an elected official, if you are a small business owner, that's exactly what we are. This show is not a business, and so far as it does not make money, but we know what it means to support small and local, because that is what we are. We talk about issues of a global scale and a national scale, and we know that we have listeners quite literally all over the planet. And our issues are their issues, even if they're not living in the States, perhaps they're expats or something like that. But if they're not any longer living in the States, we know that our issue is their issue. And we, if you're a small business owner or a small business supporter, and you will always shop local first, you will always eat local first, if you, going out to restaurants and so on, then this is the program for you. This is as local, as organic as I'm running out of adjectives. This is as local as it gets. This is exactly the kind of program, and I tell the would-be guests that might be coming on this program, especially the sitting office holders, we are exactly the kind of program that you should be supporting. If truth and science and facts and data and history and all the things that we used to base our political decisions on, if you can't find them on this program, you're not going to find them anywhere. It's exactly why we started the program in the first place. 5:32 Eastern Time here on the East Coast of the United States, and this is the Kennedy Effect for September 20. Oh, let me try that. That was dyslexic. I almost said 21st. September 12th, 2021. We are live from the Saucon Valley. You can call us right now, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. Wherever you are on Facebook, stay there, enjoy. You are welcome to do that. If you would like to take part in the comments, live chat that's happening right now, I shouldn't even say it's happening right now. Really, I just see people coming into the room and I say hello to them. If you would like to start the chat in our Facebook group, please feel free to do so. That other side of information, you will find us there. To our friends and family at hot101.net, thank you for allowing us onto your desktops, laptops, tablets, phones, Bluetooth, and now Alexa. You can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. Go to the main website, hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store for Android, and the TuneIn radio app for any other devices that you may have. And our friends at TCP, the Culture Professional, thanks for allowing us into your family as well. Let us review a little bit of what's happened. Oh, and of course, we welcome back George as well. He is alive, thank goodness. We welcome him back to the program. The seat to my right I actually had to think about that for a second. The seat to my right is empty, the seat that we've built for George, but as he continues to get better and as we continue to get vaccinated and so on, we're hoping that he will be here actually live with us in the studio pretty soon. Let's review a tiny bit of what has happened since we were with you last. And again, we took I'm sure you all know, took the week off for Labor Day, but let's think about what it is that has transpired in the last 2 weeks. Obviously, yesterday was the 20th anniversary of the September 11th terrorist attacks. I obviously remember exactly where I was and what I was doing. It is strange to think about how far from that place, how far from that day I personally have come. But of course, it's not about me, but we do tend to contextualize these things. And when you say, do you remember where you were when? Well, I do. And I happened to be I was unemployed actually at the time, living in Sparta, New Jersey, in Sussex County. If you can picture the shape of the state of New Jersey, it's the upper left-hand corner. And I was pumping gas just for cash. And we had 77 AM out of New York City, WABC on. And the morning show was on. And the two hosts, one of the hosts was rambling about something, and the other kind of stopped him and said, "Hey, this is an interesting story. It looks like some type of small private aircraft has flown into the World Trade Center." It did, there's a little bit of smoke coming out of it, but it just seemed, what a weird accident to have. And they continued to prattle on into the conversation that they were having about what at this moment I honestly can't remember. You would think that might be part of a memory that was so seared into my memory. And I remember the weather. I do remember the weather. It's one of the things that most people seem to remember. The weather that day was about as perfect as it ever could be. It was sunny. I don't remember a single cloud in the sky. There was almost no humidity. There was a nice, cool, refreshing breeze, but yet it was warm and comfortable. The sun was so strong that day, but yet not a burning sun, not a sun to make you, sweat through your clothes. It was just about as perfect a day as you could imagine. It was one of those very strange days that you could wear pants and a long sleeve shirt and a coat, or you could wear shorts and a tank top and still be comfortable. It was just a very perfect, everybody could have been happy that day. So you hear the host say, well, there's been some kind of weird thing at the World Trade Center. It looks like a small, plane, commuter plane, or even somebody even mentioned a crop duster, which I think is hilarious. I don't know who was dusting crops over Manhattan, but had crashed into World Trade Center. And I thought, well, that's crazy. I mean, how does that happen? How do you not see this monolith in front of you? And let's just remember, the Twin Towers of World Trade Center were not the most beautiful buildings on the planet. The history of those buildings is very, very unique. They were built by the Port Authority, and they were built, the land that was scooped out and hollowed out to make them actually was used to fill land to build Battery Park City, the World Financial Center. And when they were completed, especially, most of the folks in Manhattan thought they were the two ugliest buildings they'd ever seen. And they really only began to become, and then there was, I can remember the first images of the new New York skyline. where the Empire State Building was no longer the dominant feature. Now these two monoliths of a tower were on the southern tip, and it just changed Manhattan. It changed New York City, and it's interesting now in retrospect how much people, only you don't know what you got till it's gone, and people ended up loving those towers, and the the skyline of New York is not the same really anymore. I was pumping gas for cash, and then we heard that new one, and then we kind of just continued to go about our day. The mechanic in the shop was doing his work. I was pumping gas, and we then heard that a second plane had hit the Trade Center. And that's pretty much when everybody who was either watching the news, paying attention to the news in Manhattan itself, knew something very different was happening. And then, of course, the day unfolded as we all know. But the other endearing is very much of a an emotional word. I wouldn't say, I guess it's probably a bad choice of words, to be honest. One of the other memories that is seared into my memory is I lived on a lake in Sparta Township, Lake Mohawk, actually. And the gas station that I was working at was also right on the lake. You could see the water. You could see the boardwalk, the country club, and the water. I can still see it in my mind's eye right now as I'm talking to you. And one of the other memories that is absolutely seared in my brain, and if we didn't already know that there was some type of coordinated attack happening on this country, I knew it when I saw two F-15 fighter jets fly over Lake Mohawk so low that they disturbed the water in the lake. Our gas station, our humble little gas station, shook. The coffee mug on the desk shook. Everything shook. And as I said, the water on the lake was literally displaced, thrown up into the air. Waves created, these two fighter jets flying so low to the ground. If it were a combat situation, I would say that they were trying to avoid the radar. And that's when you knew something was really happening. Something really different, something really extraordinary. And we tend to look at those words in positive ways, but something very, very, very visceral, something very different, something very unique was happening to our country. You don't see fighter jets fly over a residential area that low. And so everyone knows where they were before that. But I think one of the most interesting things that has happened since, and something that I kind of want to focus on while we continue to wait for our guests, and I knew they were going to be coming in late, so I certainly no issue with that. They're finishing up their own work and phone calls. What I think we need to think about, and there's been a fair amount of reporting on this week in the midst of these discussions and memories and tributes, and all of the discussions, memories, and tributes and so on are extremely, extremely timely and necessary. And anyway, we is the way that our nation has changed, and hopefully a change that might be done. changes that some forced upon us, some unpopular, some popular. And it all, but some that I think have come to an end and are coming to an end. We have actually had quite a bit of discussion in our country about the quote unquote war on terror. Remember very early on when George W. Bush coined that phrase, there was much discussion about how do you declare war on an idea? How do you declare war on a feeling? And I agreed with that then. Not too long after, we invaded Afghanistan, and we invaded Afghanistan after the Taliban government offered to hand over bin Laden. Simply offered to hand him over. All the Taliban wanted was to have bin Laden taken to a third neutral country and be assured that he was going to be put on trial. And they wanted to see the evidence. Bush administration told the Taliban, nope, kind of looking forward to this war, and we're simply going to eviscerate you. We're going to destroy you. We're going to bomb you back from the 13th century into the 10th. And they said, okay, fine, we'll give him to you. You don't need to even give us the evidence, and we'll hand him directly to you, but we want assurances that he's not going to be killed straight away and that he's going to be put on trial. The Bush administration said, no, thanks. We really want this war. One of the chief contractors of the Afghan and Iraqi second Iraq war was Halliburton, a company that then Vice President Dick Cheney had been the CEO of before he was chosen to be vice president, and was still taking a paycheck from the entire 8 years that he was in the White House. The company was on the verge of bankruptcy because it appears Mr. Cheney was perhaps a very good right-winger, a good maybe even a useful, actually he was quite a skilled member of Congress, but he was a terrible businessman. Halliburton is now one of the largest defense contractors on the planet. No bid contracts were handed to Halliburton, one after the other, after the other, after the other. There's been criticism looking backward about the way the Clinton administration handled the first bombing of the World Trade Center, the van packed with explosives driven to the underground parking and then blown up. Getting sunshine on me. I don't exactly think that's God. Do you see all that sunshine? Can you do anything about that? Where's that coming from? Is it that little tiny gap? Yep, that was it. Wow. Yeah, I didn't exactly think it was God smiling on me. We don't have the best relationship. Because the Clinton administration handled it as a policing matter, as a criminal matter. All those involved were rounded up, arrested, tried, convicted. There were, I believe, some minor cruise missile strikes after that, but nothing on the lines of 20 years of war. So where are we after 20 years? Thousands of dead Americans, hundreds of thousands of dead Afghans and Iraqis. I believe it's Afghanis, actually. I think we're supposed to say Afghanis. Apologies, got that wrong. Got a lot of stuff wrong. Hundreds of thousands of dead. An ever expanding war on terror. Military, ongoing, by the way, military actions in Somalia, Libya, several African nations, all of which I can't even name. Again, the United States has about 800 military bases in about 184 different countries. So that said, and the trillions of dollars, the estimates of the money spent just in Afghanistan is in the 5 trillion range. I've not seen a recent estimate of the amount of money spent in Iraq. Senator Sanders routine will mention the total amount of money spent on these wars to be in the 20+ trillion dollars. And even President Biden himself, during his remarks this week regarding the end of the Afghanistan conflict occupation, really, that we were spending $30 million an hour. So as we look back on the attacks themselves, and we look back with the all too justifiable reverence and sadness and memories of those that were killed, those that continue to die from the 9/11 related illnesses after they were told by George W. Bush's Environmental Protection Agency, headed up by former New Jersey Governor Christie Whitman, that the air was all safe and sound and all that, that everything was fine, as these folks continue to die from cancers and airborne related illnesses that we've never seen, that medicine has never seen, cannot cure, cannot treat some occasions. Where are we? Who are we? One of the first things that we saw happen after the actual attacks themselves is a unity in this country that we have not seen since. A unity that we may not have seen in this country probably since before September 11th, that we probably have not seen since the triple assassinations in the 60s, and even arguably then they were extremely divisive. But certainly that of President Kennedy and Bobby Kennedy. And I know the assassination of Martin Luther King was much more divisive. Sadly, it did not bring us together the way it probably should have. And probably a time that we hadn't been as united since perhaps the moon landing, or even before perhaps the attack on Pearl Harbor. You couldn't walk a few feet without seeing a flag somewhere, patriotic music on the radio almost constantly. Where are we now? What is left of our country? We've gone from a time of perhaps some of the deepest unity we've seen in our history to what is now, with the exception of the actual shooting Civil War itself, the most divisive time in our country, all in 20 years. All in just 20 years. So where are we? Who are we? What's left of us? After the thousands of dead American soldiers, after the tens of thousands of injured and maimed American soldiers, and after the hundreds of thousands of dead men, women, and children across a dozen different nations around the planet, and $20+ trillion spent. Where are we? Who are we? It's a question that actually has come up a bit this week in the remembrances and in the discussions. And I think it's a question that only history allows us to ask. Don't think at the time of the first military attacks in Afghanistan in November, I think it was, of October. It was that quick. Yeah, it was October.
It was October.
Of 2001. I don't think anyone was necessarily upset or worried or angered. There was a small anti-war group for the Afghanistan action, but not many. I think we all wanted a pound of flesh. Progressive, well, we didn't even use the term progressive back then. Democrat, liberal, conservative, evangelical. I think we all wanted a pound of flesh back then. The Iraq War, obviously much more divisive, completely unnecessary, completely out of context. We all know now that the White House Petroleum Council, or Energy Council, was already dividing up the oil fields of Iraq before we ever invaded. The first time the United States had invaded a country, well, I shouldn't say it that way, unilaterally invaded, the type of invasion that we were talking about. We obviously sent troops into Vietnam and so on. That wasn't a full-scale, full-born, you can argue that the first Gulf War was a war of defense, stretch it maybe, that the initial aggressive action had already been taken and that we were countering it. This is the first time we launched something of this kind. So where are we? I ask you. I ask all of you listening, where are we? Who are we? What is left of us after this 20 years? What I would say is a brief 20 years. I talk every week on this program about what Reaganism has done to this country over the last 40 years. And if you want to include Nixon, the last 50 years. And what the New Deal did for this country for the 50 years before that. And what it can and will do for us again. But who are we after this 20 years? What is left of us?
Getting back to your question, and our friend Chuck Pennacchio and I were talking about this earlier today. If anybody hasn't seen it, there's a new documentary on PBS. It's called America After 9/11. And in a lot of ways, I agree with Chuck. I think they draw some conclusions that are too simplistic and reductive. But I do think that the one point that they made about the unity after 9/11, that unity was only possible as long as there were successes on the ground in Afghanistan and in Iraq. And when those successes didn't materialize, and it became clear that those conflicts were muddier, much more complicated and costly than the public was told in the beginning, that unity evaporated and people started looking for other enemies. I don't think...
Isn't that a chicken and egg argument, though? Isn't there a chicken and egg element to that argument? That as the American people began to realize that quite literally 3 presidents were lying to them, and that includes President Obama. I'm sitting here looking at the camera saying it, about our successes in Afghanistan, our successes in Iraq, and certainly George W. Bush was lying to. They didn't even want us to know there was a war going on. They didn't even put the costs of the war on the actual paper
But then
outlining the federal budget.
Neither did Barack Obama. Barack Obama did not want.
He did put the money on the budget.
The money, but Barack Obama's
But he didn't want us.
level of secrecy was different.
Correct.
It was secrecy around the number of drone strikes we
Right.
were committing.
But what I'm saying is, when people began to become disillusioned and look for other enemies, were they presented with other things
Well, absolutely.
to be disillusioned about, because they got lied to by 3 successive administrations?
But this is the only, absolutely, and that's why I say I think the conclusions that they jump to in the documentary are somewhat reductive. And I think the idea, the narrative that there was immediately in the wake of 9/11 unity across the board is somewhat nostalgic and reductive. There wasn't unity across the board. I remember seeing video filmed by a New Yorker on the street of people who gathered spontaneously in Union Square. And they were already starting to single out people of color and to make them targets of their anger and their frustration. And that was already there under the surface. I will say this for President Bush. I think President Bush made an attempt to do the best he possibly could to try to blunt a certain level of Islamophobia. I think it's important that the first place that he went before he even went to ground zero was to the National Mosque in DC. That was incredible. I mean, let's admit it, I think every person on this club, whether you're progressive or not, would admit Trump never would have done that, or attempted to create that kind of unity and stand out in front of the American, National Mosque and say we're at war with people who've perverted a religion, not a religion. But yeah, I think 9/11, like any event in history, is going to fall prey to a certain amount of myth making.
The one thing that I actually think I might get some real pushback for this one. This will be fun. I might welcome the pushback. It might make for a very interesting show and an interesting conversation. I actually think there is and I guess to back up a little bit, we won't know if President W. Bush actually felt this way, or if it was just a line to help sell this war. I actually think one of the justifications that he gave, one of the theorems, if you will, one of the foundational pieces of thought, was that if a genuine democracy, parliamentary democracy, constitutional democracy, whatever level of it you would, whether it's a Western European style or American style or whatever you want to say, if a level of democracy, and we've seen one of the big struggles in Afghanistan in this last few weeks is what's going to happen to the women. But a true egalitarian, or at least close to egalitarian, and an actual democracy where people voted for representation, a representative government where women were equal, where education was emphasized, and that money was put into that education, and that kids, got into school at a very young age, and so on and so on. That if that kind of democracy was established somewhere in that region, that the populations of the other countries around it, specifically Iran, at least from the Bush point of view, Iran, would see it and actually be able to witness what that democracy would bring, the at least perceived prosperity or anticipated prosperity, and that it would spread to these other countries. I actually think that line of thought is quite correct. Problem is that we never fostered those democracies.
Nor
They
did
were-
we devote
we
the
sent-
resources.
We told the corporations the gates are open. Take what you want.
I think there's even more complexity to that. Like my college roommate, when it was announced that Hamid Karzai had been named or selected
The oil executive,
as the
the
president
new president, right?
of
Installed.
Afghanistan,
He was installed.
yeah, she doubled over laughing because they had lived in exile in California and they had owned a bunch of like Schwimmer subs shops in addition to being invested in energy production. He had no diplomatic or political experience.
He's a businessman. He's a
Neither-
wealthy businessman involved in fossil
Yeah.
fuel industry.
Neither did Maliki, to the point that they realized after Bush spoke to him the first time that they were going to basically have to have government 101 lessons with him at least once a week to try to get him up to speed on the basics of governing.
Right.
So there's also a lot of naivete here. This idea that you could just drop democracy into a country that has never had the ability to even determine its own borders and has been a colony of imperial powers for most of modern history, and it would just take off with minimal investment. And I think going back to your point about the government dividing up the oil fields,
That was in Iraq, obviously. There's
In
no
Iraq.
oil, there's no oil
there's
in
no oil
Afghanistan, although
Afghanistan.
recently the Chinese have discovered approximately
Minerals. Yeah.
$5 trillion worth of lithium
But it gets,
in Afghanistan, I should say.
gets to a deeper problem about this whole subject is the idea that neither party has the guts to say the truth to the American public. And I will give President Biden credit for that. I think he did it in this speech when he spoke about the end of the war.
You have to assume too, he
Affecting-
was giving that advice to President Obama the entire time.
Well, I don't know that. I mean,
I think it's
We
a
don't
safe
know.
assumption. For him to take these actions this quickly into his administration, you have to think, and there's been reporting of this for the reporters that were reported on the Obama administration, that he was always the one on the backs and don't do that. Don't send more. Get out.
possibly.
Get out. Get out.
But I think what I was going to say is ultimately, at the end of the day, the American public shoulders a lot of blame here too. They buy this line routinely over and over and over again that wars are cheap, that we will have to commit limited resources financially and in terms of lives and the number of people who will go fight, and that you can do wars and nation building on the cheap, and you cannot. If we really wanted to turn Afghanistan into a Western style democracy, that probably would have meant a draft. It would have meant a large scale military operation, which on a level that I don't think most Americans were ready for. I think most Americans wanted to go to the 9/11 memorials and put a bumper sticker saying support their troops on the car and then go about their way.
You mean the made in China yellow ribbon magnet?
That was made by a businessman who didn't give $1 to any veteran
Right.
or any veterans groups.
Right. Let me reset the program at 6:07 p.m. Eastern Time here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I was going to say the Saucon Valley is part of the Commonwealth. I skipped a part. Guess what? It is part of the Commonwealth. Part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in these United States on this planet Earth. The only one we have, third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system. And this is the Kennedy Effect live for the 12th of September, 2021. We continue to await our guests from the Progressive Democrats of America. I must say, I am growing not impatient, but thinking somebody's not coming. We are scheduled to have guests, the leadership of the Progressive Democrats of America. We continue to wait for them to join us. I did know they were joining late. I just thought it wasn't going to be this late. Wherever you might be on Facebook, if you are getting the kids ready for school tomorrow, if you're having dinner, wherever you may be, stay where you are. The 85 plus I think it was 85 the last time I checked, places that the program has been shared. Stay there, enjoy. Listen in the background, watch, join, however you join us, that's awesome. If you would like to come to our home group Facebook page and join in a conversation with me live right now, you can do so by coming to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. You will see the show right there in the regular timeline, Facebook timeline that we're all used to. If you tap on it, it will expand, fill your screen. You can see the comments section right there, and you can send your comments, questions, show suggestions, guest suggestions. You can yell at me, scream at me, agree with me, disagree with me, anything that you like, you can do it right there. We love NPR. I listen to NPR a lot. I leave NPR on the radio for the cats when no one is home, so they can have something to listen to and feel like they have some company in the house. I have the most educated cats, by the way. We enjoy NPR, but NPR is a bit of a lecture. We do not want to lecture you. So we hope that you will join us, that you will call and comment and so on and so on. How do you call the program? It's very, very simple. These things, in addition to having more computer power than all of the shuttles put together, this is also a communications device. You can call us, speak to us right now, live on the air, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. Hot101.net is the main web address. You can listen to hot101.net right through that main web address. You can also go to the Apple App Store, the Google Play Store for Android, and you can listen through the TuneIn radio app, and you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. And our friends at TCP, check them out on Facebook and their Roku channel. You will find us there as well. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. Among, if not perhaps the other large story to come out in the last couple weeks, since the last time we were with you live, is the continuing separation of the states, plural, of Texas and Florida from the rest of us. And so, okay, what does he mean by that? That sounds quite hyperbolic. I tend to make this rather pithy, cheeky comment quite a bit. The older, they don't believe they use it anymore. One of the older tourist slogans for the state of Texas was, "It's like a whole other country." You're damn right it is. We aren't seeing that now. I don't know quite else how to explain it. They have certainly embraced said slogan. They are like a whole other country. One of the aspects of the Texas abortion bill that did get a fair amount of coverage, but I still believe not enough, and I don't believe has been made the central part of the argument against the Texas abortion bill, is the sheer hypocrisy of it. That a very small group of white men have decided on behalf of every woman in the state of Texas of childbearing years what what they can do with their own bodies. At the same time, groups and factions, and I do mean factions, I'm using the Jeffersonian word, factions of people are proclaiming self-determination over their own bodies as to whether they want to wear a paper mask over their faces to keep their friends, family, and classmates from getting COVID-19 or any of the various variants of COVID-19. The hypocrisy argument of this bill is not being adequately made, in my humble opinion. That might sound like more of a political consultant's point of view, but it's also a conversational point of view. I tend to think at times the Democratic Party itself, progressives, even friends and neighbors, waste a lot of our time, political capital, our words, our efforts on converting or convincing or communicating with the uncommunicable. Here, I think, is a chance. If the right to self-determination is so important to you, if masking or vaccinating is a freedom issue, then why, especially a medical freedom issue, then why is a woman's choice about her own bodily health and future not that very same thing? And then the aspect of the argument that I believe is completely lost in the sauce is the financial part of this argument. Well, what does that mean? For me, it means the following. I don't think the remaining Koch brother or the Koch networks, the Mercers, Mrs. Adelson, or any of Michael Dell, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk. I don't think the oligarchs that currently run this country way more than any of us want to admit, I don't think they frankly care whether women can or cannot get an abortion. Frankly, probably most of them, my guess would be, as Donald Trump was for his entire life up until he ran for president, they were pretty much not even pro-choice, but just like, it's none of my business. It's not even worth discussing because it's none of my business. But they do enjoy the issue because it distracts you. Now, these are real world consequences if you're a woman of childbearing years in Texas. And probably I shouldn't even make the caveat of childbearing years, because if you're a woman at all, period, you feel strongly about what you can and cannot do with your own body. I eagerly anticipate, would welcome the laws mandating vasectomy. It should be equal, right? There's only one woman in history who got pregnant without any help. But we're missing the power argument here. We're missing the financial argument here. We're missing the political argument here. Abortion is the shiny object. It is the distraction. It is a distraction in a line of many. And again, with very real world consequences for every woman. And I would argue for the men in their lives and the children in their lives. But for every woman, it has a real world consequence. I get it. And I would never, ever, ever diminish that. But with that said, from the oligarchy point of view, I would even say from the upper echelons of republicanism point of view, because goodness knows the current national chairwoman of the Republicans, well, is a woman. I assure you, if she got pregnant tomorrow and did not want that baby, she'd find a way to take care of it, all the time preaching to you about how you shouldn't have access to an abortion. I assure you, the wealthiest among us will always have access, and they'll always find a way. Do as we say, not as we do. Just like healthcare and education, we have the money to fly to Europe or to fly to a blue state and get an abortion, but the rest of you suffer. Do as we say, not as we do. We're missing the financial argument, we're missing the political argument, and we're missing the power argument, because all the time that we worry about the shiny object that is the abortion issue, we are continuing to neglect to pay attention to the wealth extraction that continues in this country.
I would only add one thing that is
Mika, you deserve to be heard. But let me finish. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
We need to be careful when we talk about an issue like abortion, that we don't sound like we are discounting this argument about this question, about that is a controversial question. And I do think as a society, we should have that debate as a society, not in a political government sphere about when life begins. There are a lot of conservative Democrats that I know who struggle with staying in the Democratic Party because they feel like all they're hearing is your views are that of a dinosaur and this is a woman's right and you should just get out of the way. I think that you can reach a middle ground with most voters on this topic if you want to acknowledge that those tough conversations about when life begins and when do the rights of an unborn child overtake the rights of the woman carrying that child, and when do her rights outweigh the rights of the fetus, but that it's not the place for government to come in and decide when life exists and when it doesn't exist.
Well, what about that? What about that? What about the, I'm glad you're sitting down because I'd like to give you this, I'd like to give you this news in case you weren't aware, or in case any of our viewers and listeners weren't aware. You are a woman, I assume?
Yes.
Thought so. What about that argument? You've come to the thriving metropolis of Lehigh Valley from a more rural area. What about that argument? How does, I know that you and I have had this discussion before, so we're having it for the purposes of entertainment and information and so on for our audience. And it's a discussion that Kristin and I have had and gone in circles with for, I can't tell you, too long. And I've been told that I approach this from what is quite literally too logical of a point of view. Well, you're thinking logically. It's not about that.
Well, most voters don't.
And I'm probably guilty of it too. But how does one make the argument? And it's a damn good argument. It's a legitimate argument that you can't have both things. You can't argue my body, my choice about a vaccine or a mask, and then not extend that same thing, especially if you're a woman, for God's sake. How do you make the argument? I don't want government in my bedroom, but, and if you have legitimate religious objections, so don't have one. don't have an abortion then. But you're right to tell 54% of the American population you can't have this because I disagree with it. What am I missing?
Well, I'll put on my comms hat here for a moment. When you take an issue, especially an emotive issue like that, and you put it into the hypocrisy frame, you can't have it this way and have it that way. It immediately puts someone in an adversarial position. It immediately puts their defenses up. They're not going to sit back and listen to a word you have to say after that because you've communicated you're wrong and I'm here to reform you. If you approach the issue by saying, I understand where you're coming from about vaccine mandates and wanting to have a protection of privacy and bodily autonomy. I get that. That's how I feel about this issue regarding women's reproductive health. Those are important debates that we should have about vaccination. Those are important debates we should have about women's reproductive health. But the government shouldn't be making those decisions. For a lot of those voters, it's about the emotional connection of feeling heard and feeling respected. It's not about the policy. And if it's put in a frame of,
but isn't the
you're a
actual
hypocrite, they're not going to hear you.
But isn't the actual principle of non-government interference exactly what respects their point of view? The government has no business telling you one way or the other what to do with your body. If you want to have this child, then by God, have the child. But if you don't, it's not up to government. You can't make the argument both ways. It simply can't be done. It's being done. My point of view is that it's being done as the distraction. And yes, it has real world consequences. I get it. I'm not saying it doesn't. If you're a woman in Texas right now and you are so broke that you can barely keep your own self alive and keep a roof over your head, and you get one day past that 6 weeks and you find out you're pregnant, you're damn right it has real world consequences for you. I get that part, and I would never, never, never minimize it. What I'm saying is, how on earth can these folks be able to try to make both arguments? And isn't the actual respect of their argument the removal of government interference? All the while remembering this is a distraction while the top 1%
But that assumes
rips more and more of your wealth from you.
That assumes that they view vaccination and the subject of abortion on equal footing, dispassionately on equal footing, and they don't. They view vaccination as a threat, a bodily threat to their health, and they view abortion as the killing of a life. Not the way in which we're framing it as two medical procedures that can be governed by the federal government. I'm not arguing with the logic of your argument. If you were making that argument to another Democrat, I think it's the argument that you could make. I don't think it's the argument that you can make to someone who is an avid adherent to a pro-life position. That person is not pro-life because of their opinions on government intervention or government control over their body. They're pro-life because they see it as a moral expression of their moral character and what their church and their God tells them to believe. They're not actually, in my opinion, voting for a policy that is enactable. It's a moral statement. And I think that that's a difference. Viewed in that context, I think you have to come to that conversation from a different perspective. They're not actually voting about policy. And I think that's why you have heard Fox talk about the Texas laws so little. Because now it's in the realm of policy.
Do you buy the argument that the dog has finally caught the car?
Yes and no.
I don't, even a little.
Yes, in the sense that a little bit like Terry Schiavo, now there are real world implications for what they've enacted that will be hard for people in the pro-life movement who also deeply hold to other tenets of their faith about charity and kindness and respect for people that I think will be unpalatable for them to see enacted. I mean, this law allows anyone to turn any other citizen in to be investigated for necessitating the termination of a pregnancy.
Why is that not a violation of the right to privacy and due process?
It is. But I think it's also interesting that Lawrence Tribe, I saw him interviewed earlier in the week, and his belief was that is a problem, but even a bigger problem is that this law is giving a state power to a private citizen, and there is a long laundry list of federal and Supreme Court precedent that would make that illegal.
Then again, how do you square small government with government? Isn't this tantamount to giving eminent domain powers to private corporations?
But again, a lot of voters are not politicos like you and me. Their idea of how they define conservatism or how they define small government is not, I'm not trying to sound deeply condescending, but it is not deeply thought out.
Informed.
It does not have to be, I mean, this is not.
These are nonsensical, non-intelligent discussions. Let's just be blunt. These are non-intelligent, nonsensical discussions. These are dog chasing, tail chasing, dog chasing tail. These are recycling symbols of discussions. There's no thought out, logical, and dare I say even emotional justification for these disparate points of view. You can't want the government. I don't want government making, I know this is more of an economic argument, but stick with me, folks. I don't want the government making my Manchester United jerseys or these curtains or posters. I don't want them making my blue jeans or my cars. I don't want them telling those private businesses even how to make those things, with the exception of worker safety and environmental safety and consumer safety for that matter. So are we talking then about a completely libertarian point of view, or are we talking about a totalitarian point of view? Because again, you can't be both.
I think
I don't want government telling my wife, or I want government to tell my wife she can't possibly have an abortion, or my girlfriend or my sister or my aunt or my mother. No, absolutely not. But stay the hell out of everything else. So especially stay the hell away from my gun. I can't wait for a blue state to deputize its citizens to talk up. I can't wait because I know it's going to come and I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait for a blue state, whether it's Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, California, a really deeply dyed-in-the-wool blue state, to deputize its citizens to report on their friends and neighbors when they are not keeping their firearms safely secured. They don't have a permit. They're shooting tin cans in the backyard. I can't wait. I can't wait.
That argument.
Reap what you sow.
That argument, I think you can make a little bit again, but I think we don't need to get down into the weeds and overcomplicate. What we should be saying to the friends and neighbors or relatives that we have who are pro-life about why we think this is so scary and so problematic is it's unenforceable. How are you going to enforce making abortion illegal? Are you going to make doctors?
By
cops?
God, Kristin, Mexico allowed legalized abortion this week.
But
One of the
possibly,
single most Catholic nations on earth legalized abortion this week.
and at the same time, there were Catholics,
As we begin to
there
repeal
were
it.
Catholics in Mexico,
Ireland.
bishops who rebelled against that decision. Who were
No
outraged.
kidding. There's going to
Yeah.
there's 330 million people in the United States. If somebody rolled down the street and started giving away free ice cream, somebody would bitch that it's the wrong flavor. It's 330 million people. There are no monolithic
Oh, absolutely.
discussions. But for God's sake, my point is our neighbors to the south are actually more advanced on this issue than we are. For God's sakes, the Republic of Ireland.
Well, they're not. But my point
There's
is,
no more Catholic nations on earth than Mexico and Ireland.
my point is that
Italy.
a large reason that we make no headway on this issue is, one, we're antagonistic to religious people, and we often communicate that we view
Why
them
is it,
as
do you
stupid
think?
bigots. And two, we don't talk about the emotional and the value side of the issue. We get into the weeds of talking about the relationship between government and the private individual, and we should be having discussions with people about the emotional side of this. Like the law in Pennsylvania says that you have to pay to cremate a fetus. Are we going to force couples in the worst moment of their life to have to pay for a funeral because they were misfortunate enough to have a miscarriage? Are you going to turn doctors into cops who report on their patients and their patients don't trust them, so they don't go to the doctor, even though they're having complications or signs of complications with their pregnancy, because for some reason they may be mistrustful of the doctor. Maybe they're a smoker and they can't quit. And they're afraid that that would be enough to get them investigated. Is that really, as a society, where we want to go? Because that's what these laws are doing. Are making women criminals the second that they get pregnant. Are making them people who need to be surveilled because they can't be trusted for some deep-seated reason that we have a suspicion or a mistrust of women, that we need to watch these people. I think that's the argument where we need to go. Let's go to the root of what we're really talking about. What really motivates a lot of these laws is just a mistrust of women.
6:36 Eastern Time here on the Kennedy Effect live for the 12th. For some reason in my brain, I want to keep saying 21st. Something's backward. It's a very dyslexic thing. 12th of September, 2021. That other side of information on Facebook is our home page. The chat has been non-existent. Perhaps it's the first weekend of the NFL taking a chunk out of us. I honestly don't know. There's been a good number of folks there, but no comments, no questions yet. If you have comments, questions, if you're yelling, you find yourself yelling back at your device as you are watching and or listening to us, come on over. That other side of information, let us know what you are thinking. 267-227-9189 is the number. 267-227-9189. 267-227-9189. Our friends, family, hop101.net, main website, Apple App Store, Google Play Store, and the TuneIn Radio app. And Alexa, tell her to play hot101.net. I'm actually glad that there is not an Alexa in this house within earshot, or else I would be hearing myself probably come back at myself in a speaker, because the device has actually very sensitive hearing. You don't really have to shout at it, and it would probably hear me at some point in this house and be shouting back at me and I'd be listening to myself because it would hear me. And TCP, the Culture Professional, find them on Facebook and on Roku. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. Let me ask you about this dichotomy, something you and I have chatted about. Why do Republicans only tend to feel the ramifications of policy decisions that they will march for, stand up for, fight for, et cetera, until it happens to them? And then if they only realize it when it happens to them, why have they yet to realize that 5+ trillion of all the new wealth since 2000 has gone to the top 1%, and over $1 trillion has been stolen from them? That's happened to them. So when it comes to abortion or right to end life, or I hate gay people, and then one of my family members came out like, oh, okay, maybe it's not so bad. Senator Rob Portman comes to mind about how he fought vociferously against same-sex marriage until his son came out. And then suddenly he was okay with it. How many of these three right-wing talk show hosts in the last couple of weeks have passed due to COVID. Even a couple, well, one of the three, up to his moment of death, complaining that the vaccines were fake. 2 others, at least, encouraging folks to give in and take the vaccine as they died of COVID. Why is it that self-identified Republicans only understand the ramifications of the things that they yell and scream about until it happens to them? Have they become so detached? Have we as a society become so detached that we have no empathy left? We only understand something when it happens to us. Do I really have to put my hand on the red hot burner and burn it before I realize it's harmful? Why can't I learn that when I see it happen to my fellow American?
I think there's a couple of things there. Number one, conservatives differ in their psychology from liberal voters. They tend to see the world and political issues on a very individual level, not just themselves, but they tend to be most receptive to policy when it's framed around how it affects them, how it affects their family, how it affects their friends and neighbors, their local community, the people that they know who are considered in their bubble. Liberal or progressive voters tend to think about politics and political issues in a pluralistic global level. It's a difference in psychology. I do think, and I do push back on conservative friends who very often will fall into a sense of victimhood or talk to me in a way in which is very kind of self-soothing and feeling sorry for themselves a little bit, in the sense that there is an idea that has seeped into conservatism that tyranny is, or that freedom is not freedom just to do something, but freedom from criticism. And that is nowhere in the definition of free speech. First Amendment guarantees you the right to freedom of speech and religion and self-expression, but it doesn't insulate you from criticism. And criticism isn't tyranny. It's the competition of free ideas. So I think my argument to those friends is, I don't want you, I'm not trying to convert you to make you a progressive. You become a progressive, I'll jump up and down because I think it's the right side of the issues. But more importantly,
it's also common sense.
But at a basis, like, this society cannot function with one political philosophy. You can't have a democratic republic with one party. I don't want them to become liberals as much as I want them to fight for conservatives.
But even when the Republican Party still functioned, because it doesn't anymore. It's not a political party. It's a corporation.
Yeah.
It's a corporate endeavor. It's not a political party.
Well, it's a cult in some ways.
Yeah, it's a death cult in a lot of ways. But even when it was a functioning political party back And I could make an argument that it hasn't really been one. Again, it probably started with Nixon, because if you really think about, other than opening China, if you really dig into the Nixon administration, they didn't exactly have a very large platform.
Well,
They didn't have a series,
they didn't.
quite a long series of policy positions that they were going to advocate for. It was law and order, stop that one, shut that one up, afraid of that one. Reagan administration didn't have a huge platform. They ran against things. Because again, you couldn't stand in front of people and say, we're going to cut corporate taxes. We're going to take the corporate tax revenue from 50% of the federal budget down to, what is it, 7% now, I think. I'm not even sure it's that high. It might be 5%. We're the ones that are going to cut taxes on rich people. When we blow a hole in the deficit, we're going to tax you to make up for it. We're going to tax your unemployment. We're going to tax your Social Security. The platform and the stated goal of Reagan himself was to destroy what was left of the New Deal, end it, destroy it, remove it. These aren't policy positions. So the Republican Party probably hasn't been functioning since Eisenhower. And let's remember the history of both political parties. Republicans have always been a party for the rich and for businesses and for corporations. Goes back to when they were founded. But that said,
Well,
they tended to generally agree with Democrats on the final end of the road, where we wanted to end up. What the parties tended to disagree on, and this is even before the racial polar shift, how do we get there? Most fundamental difference between Democrats and Republicans is their interpretation of the Constitution. Democrats, of course government can do these things because the Constitution does not say that we cannot. Republicans will say government cannot do these things because the Constitution does not say we can. That's all being blown out of the water. Republicans, for the Trump re-election convention, quite literally didn't even pass a platform.
No, they did not.
It's fear. And we hate that, and we hate that. And Democrats are trying to take end war on Christmas, and they hate the Easter Bunny. That's all that's left.
But
How do you make a discussion? It's not incumbent upon Democrats to keep democracy going by themselves, well, to protect the institutions of democracy, but we can't be blamed for being the only functioning political party left. They closed the tent. We didn't. They stopped governing. We didn't. They stopped proposing actual policy. We didn't. It's our problem, but we didn't cause it.
Yes, and I think that's why it's so important that we are very clear in the way in which we talk in this moment. We can disagree on substantive issues. We can disagree about tax issues. We can disagree about the role of the federal government or the size of the military. We can have good faith-based arguments, and we need to have those arguments, and we need to have a leftward political movement and a right-leaning political movement. We don't have that right now. So I think the one thing I think it is incumbent upon Democrats and progressives to do in this moment is that when there is someone that you know who's a friend, a neighbor, someone in your community who stands up and calls out their own party and criticizes them for what they have become, and I used the word cult earlier, and I do mean it's become a personality cult devoid of any political ideology. I don't care if my neighbor still wants to be a conservative, if they believe in standing up for the institutions and norms and laws of a democratic republic. and pushing it back against their own party. That's what we need right now. If you go back and you study the history and the trajectory of fascist movements, they come from the right.
Isn't that, we had a phone call earlier today with one of our mutual friends. I actually did send him the invite. I know he said I think he was worn out of screen time or whatever. I was really hoping he would call or jump in. Don't we on the left, in progressive circles, in democratic circles, even if you're a more centrist conservative Democrat, don't we have to stop being afraid to describe these movements as exactly what they are? This is, again, I've said this a lot on this program, and I don't think I've defined it for you in quite a few weeks. Mussolini is generally credited. Searching for the word credited. Why didn't I look up here? It's where we all find our answers when we look up. Mussolini is historically generally speaking, credited with the creation of fascism itself. When he came to power, he dissolved the Italian parliament and picked the largest company in each of the parliamentary districts. So it was literally business running the country. And it was his very definition of fascism that we continue to use today, where business and government interests merge, where the unbridled use and power of government is used specifically and only for corporate gain. He later he originally called it corporatism, but realized that a pretty good chunk of the Italian population didn't like corporatism because they thought it was unfair, it was undemocratic. And why did the rich just get richer off the backs of government? So he created the word fascism. And much like the modern Republican understanding of Obamacare versus the ACA, the Italian population at that point said, oh, fascism's fine. We don't like corporatism. And it was the same damn thing. We have to not be afraid to use words to describe what is actually happening. I will probably get accused somewhere along the line, whether someone watches this recording 2 days from now, 2 weeks from now, or 2 years from now, of being hyperbolic. But I would say mid to late 20s Italy, it's not too far from where we are here. Look at the rally that's coming up in DC on the next week, isn't it? They're having another January 6th style rally in DC. I believe it's next week. I wonder if Senator Mastrano will be chartering the 7 buses full of insurrectionists that he did the first time, or maybe it'll be 8. We have to, history gives us so much clarity. It gives us so many answers. What's happening to this country, the otherization, the demonization of anyone who doesn't hate all the things that you do. Again, no forward-thinking policy positions, no remedies, no issues, no answers, no leadership, no guidance, no future. Hate that. They're coming for you. They're going to take your guns. They hate you. They hate babies. They hate white people. They hate money. They hate everything. We have nothing to offer you, but they hate all those things. So vote for us. And then if you don't vote for us, or if you need to be intimidated into it, here's a group Here's 10,000 Proud Boys with shaved heads and guns to intimidate you into it. And if you still won't vote the way we like, we'll just take the vote from you.
Oh,
This is fascism is what we're talking about. It is fascism. It is, damn it. It is. It's not fake. It's not hyperbolic. It's not word play. And it's not the same tactic that you're getting from the right. Be afraid, be afraid, be very afraid. It's truth. It is exactly what's happening.
When you say the word fascism, do you think most conservative voters understand the definition the way that you defined it?
First off, the way I defined it is historically accurate.
I'm not arguing that.
But secondly, no, because we haven't done a good enough job of educating about it. We haven't.
You haven't, but more than that, you don't have the microphone the conservative media has.
No, I don't, which is why I beg people to watch and listen every week and beg people to become Patreon subscribers and people to advertise so we can get that. The only one who's even close is you have a couple of hosts on MSNBC and Tom Hartman and maybe Stephanie Miller and maybe Randy Rhodes. And that's about it. There are 1,500 plus right-wing hate radio stations in this country. There are in the neighborhood of 400. It's definitely less than 450 who play or air, I should say, any progressive radio at all. It may not be the entire programming schedule 24/7, but any progressive radio at all. 400 stations versus 1,500.
So, and this is where I think this is a great example of what I'm hoping to convey. I don't disagree with your summation of the political situation in this country, or that it does appear analogous to or fit the definition of fascism. But I also know from listening to the talk radio in the area where I grew up, that when those conservative voters call in and they talk about fascism in America, they're defining fascism as secularism, multiculturalism, globalism. So if we use the word fascism, because we are at a media deficit, we are just reinforcing the right-wing frame. We're not communicating what we think we're communicating. We need to make sure that we are driving the narrative and we're controlling the narrative when we use words like that. And fascism has already been polluted enough that it's not that I disagree with your summation. I just don't think it's a useful term anymore because it's been corrupted.
In the chat, thank goodness, Jay mentions, and I'm going to read your quote, Jay, word for word, and we appreciate you listening and being a part of the program very, very much. We would not be here if good folks like you were not there. Even if you disagree with every single thing I said, you are welcome here. And well, it appears by your comment that you don't, but even if you did for some reason, I thank you for being here. You mean the world to us. Every single one of you does. We could not be here without you folks. Jay says, and I want to say the last name is Reeferson, but I'm probably saying that incorrect. And if I am, Jay, my apologies. To be free from criticism means you want free speech for yourself and not for those who oppose you.
Yeah.
It's a powerfully profound quote, Jay. Did we take that from somebody who said that?
Amen, Jay.
Probably somebody fancy said that. I don't know who it is.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Jay. I appreciate that. Thank you. I did say your name right. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate that because it's a very rude thing to butcher people's names, and I hate to do it. I'm surprised I even made an attempt at it because I think it's very rude when you butcher people's names. So I thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. But yeah, you're feel free to call the program, Jay. It doesn't hurt a bit, I promise. We won't yell at you unless we won't yell at you. I'm just kidding. We've had opposing. I continue to wish, and I end up every program, by the way, on just a personal note. We're not ending quite yet, although we might, because it appears our guests have completely stood us up and blown us off, which is that's a hit. That's a real hit for the program. I take that personally. I really do. That bothers me. That bothers me a lot. But that said, I lost my train of thought. Where was I going? You have no idea where I was
I
going.
don't
You live
know.
here with me. You have no idea what I was talking
I'm
about.
not.
Because I tend to talk a lot and I just sort of meander and I completely lost my train of thought. I really did. I really totally lost
Well,
my train of thought.
I'll give you a minute and I'll blab.
Let me just say, I
Um,
think. Swipe there.
But I think the
I'm
one
sure
thing,
Yeah.
I think the way that we get out of the just really, really toxic
Where was I
moment that
going
we're
with that?
in is to give people back a sense of agency. I mean, what is effective about totalitarianism or fascism is that it trades on and uses a
Fear,
but it also a sense of loss
the other.
of any agency because this shadowy other is really the one holding the strings. And
So
that's
then
always a
how do
myth.
how do people not see that? The fear. I am talking to you, but I'm doing the good TV thing and I'm looking into the camera. You don't look into the camera, you.
I know.
I'm doing the good TV thing and I'm looking into the camera, even though you're sitting right over there. How do people not see that? I don't think that these folks are stupid. Actually, let me take that back. I don't think they're dumb, but they are being stupid. So what's the difference? The way I've always defined it, and too much probably.
That's
When you see
loaded.
when you see the hot burner, you see the hot burner on the stove and you put your hand on it and you burn yourself. You did that because you were dumb, because you didn't know that the hot burner was going to burn your hand. Stupid is doing it again.
Well, let me flip this back and ask you a question. If you were watching Fox News 24/7, 7 days a week, would you think that the vaccine is safe? If you
No,
weren't
if
watching
that is-
anything else, and
if
you're
that is
watching only
all-
Fox,
If that is all I consumed, no, but this is my personal problem. And it's a discussion that you and I keep having, and we're having it right now. I can't, that isn't me. Not just because I'm not a conservative, I'm not Republican, I'm not an oligarch, I'm not a fascist, but because I've never been able to limit myself to one source. I still take in conservative media because I want to know what the freaking lies are. But I don't take anything from anybody that I listen to 100%. I rely on myself. And even if I was to take 1,000% of everything Tom Hartman tells me, because I listen religiously, I don't use that word by mistake either. I listen every single day. When a couple of things that he might say through the course of a show don't line up for me, I'm having that independent thought. Wait a second. I don't think that quite lines up. And I've said on this program probably a couple 100 times that he is an inspiration for me in this program. If we had an nth of the success that he has, I would be doing this for a living, 5 days a week, 4 to 5 hours a day. And I'd have more callers than I could handle. I'd be telling them at the end of the program, sorry, we couldn't get to you. But there are certain times throughout certain programs, I don't even buy everything he tells me because it's not congruent. It doesn't make sense. The logic of string of thought doesn't connect. So if you're one of these folks, I fear the other. I fear government's control over me. The government you put into place is exactly the one that's controlling you. You can't square that if you think at all.
because it's not about big government, small government for them anymore. It's about protection. It's about security. It's an argument about the character of the country and what the country is going to look like. Not in terms of really government structure, but in terms of societal culture.
But you want protection from the same government that's controlling you. How do you want to be saved from the very thing that's doing this to you? What's happening in Texas is not happening in New York. It's not. It's facts. It's right in front of you.
But they don't see the government as controlling them when it comes to an issue of pro-life. That's what they want the government to do. That's the government acting for them.
Jay was kind enough to
Yeah.
make another comment because he's taking part in the program. I read everything that you guys put in the chat. Everything. If we move to a different topic and the question isn't germane anymore, I might skip it, but I read everything you send me. Jay has been kind enough to make another comment. Let me read it. Those on the, well, you can tell me if you agree with it as well. Those, because you need to be heard, Mika. You need to be heard.
Is it an international?
So let me
election
tell you
day?
about Alabama football. Those on the left tend to have more of an appetite for what the right has to say in order to be more informed and make better arguments. Those on the right tend to exist in much more of an echo chamber.
Yes.
Would you find that to be correct?
Absolutely. And
I do too, but I'm just,
Yeah.
you go ahead.
And
I'm here every week. She doesn't always talk much. Let her talk.
a large part of that problem is something that deeply upsets me, and I can always speak to the area in which I was raised, but conservative leaning churches, particularly evangelical churches, or what I would put in the category of evangelical or born again, you will have ministers speak about politics from the pulpit. You will have ministers bring in political groups, they're pro-life groups, they're anti-immigration groups.
But again, isn't that the same damn thing? How do we use religion to justify our positions on abortion, but yet ignore all the words of Christ about healing the sick, taking care of the poor? As you do to the least among me, you do to me.
That's why
These things don't effing mesh, because I don't drop the F-bomb on this show.
They
don't mesh.
But that's why I'm saying to you, it's an abuse of the pulpit. And we need to start finding.
It is an abuse of the pulpit, but the people that are listening to it at some point are guilty.
But
because you're allowing it and because you're listening to it.
But when you grow up, I think we need to be fair. We need to take into account here, and I have a little bit of sympathy for this because Catholicism has this to a little bit of an extent. For these churches, for a lot
not
of
the Moravians were much more innocent.
No, but for these churches, your entire social life and your entire family life is bound up in that church. You know, it's not just youth group, it's the church barbecue, it's the church movie night, it's Bible study. So pushing back on your church is not just pushing back on your church. It's pushing back on your family. It's pushing back on your friends and your neighbors. I've had friends whose family, their parents have told them that if you reject this religious belief, you reject the faith that we raised you in, you lose us. You lose your parents. So when you're presented with that choice, when you grow up and you're raised that way, it's not that simple to stand up and say, I don't agree with it. You may sit in a pew and think quietly to yourself, I don't know if I'm totally comfortable with that or I totally agree with that. But totally rejecting it, walking out is not an easy thing. And that's why I think we need to develop some relationships with more progressive pastors who give people a space to still say, I can still be a member of a faith community and I don't have to be a Republican, because we've kind of shoved people into that space where religious or being Christian becomes analogous to being Republican. I will say, on the other hand, I have no time for Christian identity. I think we should be calling Christian identity out. If you start to fuse your religion and being a faithful person with a nationalistic purity or a certain idea of how you have to be a patriot, there should be no space for that. But I also recognize I'm not the person who's going to be the best messenger on that argument. The best messenger on that argument is going to be a minister. It's going to be someone who is an individual who considers themselves to be an evangelical or considers themselves to be born again. Now, as a Catholic, I can push back on somebody who is what I would consider to be extremist, Opus Dei type Catholic and say, that's going a little too far, because we speak the same language. We grew up in the same culture, of your religious culture at least. So it's not enough to just develop an argument. I think it's who the messenger for that argument is, because it has to be somebody that they see as credible. Otherwise, I'm just throwing stones at your religion.
No pun intended.
Yeah.
The stoning. Yeah. I don't know if you noticed the participants column.
Mm-hmm.
A friend of ours
Yay, Chuck.
is here. I don't know if he stepped away from the computer because he was on screen for a moment while you were ranting. There he is. He's just getting himself centered. Chuck, by the way, has beautiful subway tile in that kitchen.
Yes,
I gotta
he
be
does.
honest. Right under those cabinets is gorgeous subway tile.
Would you ever let me do subway tile?
I would let you do subway tile. I'm not touching it unless you want me to break them and throw them all over the place when I make them uneven. And I'm not handy. You know, I'm not handy.
You're more
The
handy
most
than you give yourself credit for.
The most homebound handy thing I did this entire summer was took solar lights and stuck them in the ground. Do you know how simple that is? Except when you can't find the spike.
You put up blinds.
Except when you can't find the spike. No? When you can't find... Come on. Okay. Anyway.
You put up blinds.
Listen, we were supposed to have our scheduled guest for the evening. And you will notice that when I put out a show announcement, I will put very, very clearly that our scheduled guest for any particular program is this person, that person, this group, this topic, etc. Our scheduled guests this evening have, to be blunt, blown us off. Simply didn't show up. And so what happens when your guests don't show up and you know the audience can only take so much of you droning on? You throw out, very much like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, you throw out your lifelines and you see who's got a few minutes to rub together to bring a different voice to the table. Now, this particular voice is actually very related to the group that blew us off tonight because he does work with them, as I am a member of them as well, and yet they still blew me off. I'm a member of the freaking organization. They blew me off. But that said, we welcome back not just any repeat guest to the program, but the very first guest we ever had on the program, and way down on the list of his list of achievements would be the fact that he is my friend. But that one's way down on the list. And Professor Chuck Pennacchio rejoins the program after all too long. Did you remember that you were the very first guest on our program?
Boy, you're challenging my St. Pauli girl memory here. I vaguely sort of kind of think I remember that.
You were our very first guest on our second episode.
What dating? Can you give us a date on that?
I want to say, so our first episode was April 17th of 2020. So 17 and 7 is 24. It should have been April 24th of 2020. Just, I mean, literally, I mean this sincerely. We were not even a month, I don't think, into the stay-at-home restrictions of this pandemic. It was yeah. I think I'm almost right. And I was only a few weeks out of having my company shut down, and yeah, there was a second program. I'm almost certain it was the second program. You're making me think I'm wrong, but I'm pretty darn sure that I'm correct. It was our second week. You were our very first guest.
That's awesome. Well, I appreciate it, and appreciate the return visit, and more than that, I appreciate your new wall adornment. Robert F. Kennedy.
I did these tonight. I didn't even make a thing out of it. Yes, I did these tonight, and I found myself, by the way, I need to order more hooks because I'm short hooks, so I can put up the two other things back up. But yeah, so we have, folks, if you've noticed or if you're new to the program, we did change the backdrop a tiny bit. This is the campaign poster for President Kennedy in 1960. This is a very serious photo. It's taken of President Kennedy and Bobby Kennedy in a private one-on-one discussion during the Cuban Missile Crisis. And this is the campaign poster for Robert Kennedy for president. Very, very simple. Name and face. In 1968.
So we have the same middle name, Francis.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Robert Francis
yeah.
Kennedy. Yeah.
Yeah.
And his poster, and I don't know if it was that poster actually, was adorning my wall in my bedroom when I was all of 8 years old in 1968.
Well, you know what, Chuck? That's an interesting play, and it wasn't where I was going to start, because I know that you'd signed in a few minutes ago. I know you've heard Kristin and I go back and forth, and we'd actually been talking about a good number of the topics that were the topics on a couple of the calls that we shared with you earlier today. But since you mentioned that, I want to ask you, and you are a professor of history. I just think you're a professor of life. Brown nose. I just think you're a professor of life, but you are a professor of history. So this is not where I was originally going to start, given the discussion that Kristin and I have been having for the last, hour-ish or something. But let me ask you this. Has the country ever recovered from the triple assassinations of the 60s?
No, and I would actually, there are a few more assassinations in there as well. I mean, there's Fred Hampton, and I don't know if Malcolm X is in your mix, but.
Well, you're right, and you've corrected me, and I deserve that. I deserve being corrected. You also have the Department of Justice workers in the killed in Alabama. Why am I forgetting the
Wallace?
The three justice workers that were killed, so civil rights workers that were killed in Alabama. It was the three of them that were murdered. The two agents and the.
Yeah, but I thought that was before 60. I thought it was like 66.
Well,
I'm saying through the 60s, the three big assassinations of the 60s, and Chuck rightly corrects me that there were more than three assassinations in the 60s. But
the last one,
I'm referring more to the
right.
What I fear to say is the big three. You're correcting me, and I should keep everyone else in mind. But President Kennedy, Martin Luther King, and Robert Kennedy. Has the country recovered from that? Because I tend to think not. I don't think we've been in the same country since.
No, in short, we've not recovered from it. I think it badly ripped at the soul of our country. It caused, I think, irreparable damage that is part of the negative psyche of our country today. I think it dovetails with the tragedy of the Vietnam War, and then connects even out further in terms of damage, psychic damage, with the Watergate scandal a few years later. But that just to be mindful here, those three civil rights activists, that was the summer of 64. That was the Mississippi summer of 64. But we've not recovered because of a number of events, but absolutely, the more I think about this and the more I do continue to research and writing on the topic of the major three assassinations you're discussing, Kennedy, King, and Kennedy, the more I've come to the belief that we needed to do, and I still think we need to do, a soul searching as to what happened in the 1960s, as well as the whole of American history. I think Americans are badly disserved by how we treat our history and how we treat tragedies in this country. The Warren Commission was a cover-up, not unlike the 9/11 Commission, where we simply are not being provided the the whole story, behind, in particular, John Kennedy's assassination, and then fast forwarding, to 9/11. And here we are now, we're embarking on another commission study revolving around January 6th. And
Tom Hartman talked this week about this series of, going back over 100 years, a series of lies that have profoundly affected American history, from Remember the Maine to, when it appears that it was simply a mechanical failure that caused an explosion in the Maine, the Gulf of Tonkin, the George W. Bush lies, and sending, Colin Powell to his what ended up to be the end of his career, to the UN with these fake reports, and the first Iraq War, where the supposed nurse in the ICU at the Kuwaiti hospital, where the Iraqi soldiers came in and threw babies out windows, and it turned out she was the princess, daughter of the king of Kuwait. When I think about, again, not the only assassinations, but the 3 assassinations that we're talking about, do you think that maybe because these 3 very high-profile assassinations took place in what was literally an 8-year period? No, I take that back, a 5-year period, really, 63 to 68.
right.
Is that where this narrative, where this ideal that has been so, you have to admit, really well crafted and well capitalized upon by the right, especially, of the broad ideal of cover up, and the broad ideal that DOJ never solved any of these things? Is that where this narrative of the government can't really accomplish anything and can't do anything and can't get out of its own way and trips over its both left feet? Is it born out of that we couldn't trust government anymore because it might have very well been government that killed these 3 people in the first place, and certainly couldn't solve it, the crime of it,
Right.
or covered up the crime of it if they knew what the crime was? I mean, there's lots of layers, but is that where that narrative came from? Government is not the solution, but the problem?
Yeah.
In your opinion?
Yeah. So the first high-profile lie by a president that later was exposed was Dwight David Eisenhower and the downing of Gary Powers flying a U-2 surveillance jet
Over the Soviet Union.
and flying at a height they didn't think they could take that jet down, but it did. And they assumed that he died in the crash or took a cyanide pill if he had survived the crash. But as it turns out, he lived. And no sooner did Dwight David Eisenhower tell this lie in 1959, or was it 60? Help me. Gary Powers, U-2, I think it's 59.
Yeah, because it was before. Yeah, it was. He
because
was solidly
60
still president. It wasn't a campaign issue that I recall. So yeah, it had to be in the late 50s.
No sooner did he declare that this thing hadn't happened, that we weren't spying on the Soviet Union, than the Soviets marched Gary Powers out onto the public stage. That was the first hint, right? That, well, maybe the president's not always telling us the truth. And then the blatant lies of Lyndon Johnson, you referenced the Gulf of Tonkin,
Right.
Was
And
something.
Vietnam in general, really, that, we're winning, and the body counts, and the, yeah.
Oh yeah, and look, President Kennedy's not, his hands aren't clean here either, as I think you know. And I cite the Battle of Appomattox. The Battle of
He was though, Chuck, planning to get out. Yeah, I think there's been a lot of writings about the fact that he was planning to get out, and even though he was the first to send advisors and increase the number of, well, actually Eisenhower sent advisors, but dramatically increased the number of advisors in South Vietnam. He was seeing, there's been a lot of writings that he was seeing where this was going and was going to pull back. And it's even been given as an excuse for his assassination because the military wanted a war there. But, you know, we might be going down a rabbit hole, but you get my point.
I know that the Kennedy defenders that that's their position. And I've remained an agnostic on this one. I give a lot of credit to John Kennedy for evolving, especially after the Cuban Missile Crisis. I think that was, or during even, I should say, I think he was truly evolving at that point. I think he really grew into the presidency and had a self-confidence with the partnership of Bobby Kennedy. I think that that was a crucial relationship, one that would change Bobby Kennedy. It would change Robert Kennedy quite dramatically. He was, as you know, worked with Senator Joseph McCarthy. He was on the Senate Select Committee investigating communism in the United States, was Bobby Kennedy. He flipped politically. He was much, much more conservative in the 50s. And then after his brother's passing, his politics evolved quite dramatically, and he became arguably the leading champion against poverty in the United States. And I guess we're all going down rabbit holes here, but the question of truth-telling, assassinations, and what came out of the 1960s, and how the right wing has sort of created this narrative out of the failures of government. Because when Reagan ran for office in 1980, he argued, and it was bought by the right wing, he argued that we didn't lose the war in Vietnam, it was the government that lost it for us. In other words, making a distinction between the military and the soldiers and the government, the elected government, as well as the bureaucratic government, what Trump often refers to as the deep state. In other words, this helps add to that sort of aura of rogue governments, unelected, permanent bureaucracy government, and it does exist. I mean, Kristin, you and I were chatting about this a bit earlier, is that when people talk about the government, it's not a monolith. It's not a one-size-fits-all entity. There are multiple agencies doing millions of different tasks. And I think we have to understand that government is also right in our neighborhood, at the local level, at the city level, at the county level, at the state level, at the national level, and for that matter, international level. So to simply take a swipe at government as if it's one thing that's arrayed against you and is against you and then becomes a source of your grievance is very much the game that the right wing plays. And it feeds on to people's paranoia, feelings of conspiracy, feelings of victimization. We talk about this quite a bit. And it feeds into the fears that the government's not on my side. Who's going to protect me? If the government's not on my side, who is going to look after my family and my friends and my neighbors? So it's a great way for the right wing in particular to create this tribalization, polarization of our politics. Having said that, the Democratic Party has failed to step up and provide an affirming, positive message around government, citing in particular Bill Clinton's position that basically doubled down on what Reagan said, which was the seven worst word, or the seven scariest words, I think.
I'm the government, I'm here to help.
Right. I mean, Clinton put out his own version of that in the 1990s when he was playing the fiscally conservative card and threw people off of welfare without providing any support for them to find jobs. That was like a completely backhanded move on the part of the Democratic Party that in its roots, its modern roots, going back to Franklin Roosevelt, was a party that aligned itself with the interests and the needs of the American people. Workers, farmers, the working class of this country was firmly aligned with the Democratic Party. And now the Republicans have captured the majority of rural voters and working class voters, and have done so by playing the culture card, the culture war card.
Culture war.
Yep, which goes back to the war in Vietnam, which the right wing blames on anti-war factions, as well as government bureaucrats, as well as those people who hate this country, right? So that they argue that we didn't actually lose the war, that the war was lost on behalf of people who hate this country. And that's what the right wing does, and they do it very well.
Chuck, I just had a question for you that just came in, popped in my head. The assassination of JFK is often described as when America lost its innocence, but there were assassinations prior to that. But I think uniquely, there are so many conspiracy theories attached to JFK's assassination. Is that just something that we're aware of because it's recent to our history? Is that something that existed with prior assassinations, like the assassination of Lincoln or McKinley or Garfield? Or is that something that was more specifically associated with JFK because people watched the assassination on TV, and had a visual record of the assassination, and so people could pick it apart and they could look at different camera angles and they could talk about, I don't believe the shot could have come from that direction. Is that a modern phenomenon, or is that something that's always been with us?
It makes it much more accessible, to your point, because you can see it. Your eyes may play tricks on you, your ears may play tricks on you, but if you bring in the technical experts to talk about, like you said, acoustics and other scientific aspects of that assassination, then it does become more tangible and more real for people. But here's where I was going to go, and I thought this is where the direction that we were going to focus a little bit more on.
Sure.
But that is, what is it that potentially connects each of these three major assassinations? Because this is where my mind has gone over the last several years. And I think what makes these three assassinations connect is that each of these national figures, John Kennedy, Martin Luther King, Bobby Kennedy, is that each of them were essentially going down a very dangerous path, if you will, of challenging establishment institutions. Jeff made reference to the national security complex, the military industrial complex. John Kennedy was also taking on Wall Street. He gave a huge tax break to corporations who basically came on bended knee and said, we want to improve the economy, but you need to give us tax cuts. No sooner were those tax cuts granted, and then those individuals essentially pocketed the money, did not pour it back into the economy. And it was a betrayal of a gentleman's handshake.
It's one of the reasons that conservatives love to hold up Kennedy is how he was actually conservative. He cut the top marginal tax rate from 91% to 74%. Yes, and he did. He absolutely did it. And to what Chuck just said, he had every intention of raising it again, because the promises that were given him that we'll take all that tax savings and we will pour it back into the economy, and we will create jobs, and we will raise pay, and we will raise levels levels of living. We'll do all that with the money, and they didn't, and they pocketed it. And he was planning, again, there's writings on this as well, to raise that top marginal tax rate back right where it was before to 91%.
So now, right? So now we've identified potential. So this is to Kristin's question. Who would have benefited by John Kennedy being eliminated, out of the way? And I'm not even going to the point of saying who was behind the assassination. I think it's damn clear that it's not a single bullet, and that's been proven multiple times. Though that's the official position of the Warren Commission, that it was a single shooter and a single action rifle, but that who stood to benefit? And then, of course, Oliver Stone made a film that sort of popularized the discussion. This is in the 90s, right? Oliver Stone's film comes out, and he basically makes the argument that you could point to about 10 or 12 different potential actors who would have benefited by John Kennedy being assassinated, eliminated. And he points potentially to the Soviets, because Khrushchev had been had basically been shamed. I have some traffic noise in the background. Do you hear that?
No, it couldn't have been any noisier than the cat just marching through here and screaming at both of us.
Yeah, because I'm in a flyover zone between two hospitals. So to get to that, so that Khrushchev and Kennedy, when they did finally settle the Cuban Missile Crisis by agreement, it looked like Kennedy had won and Khrushchev had lost. And ultimately, Khrushchev was eliminated. It was pushed aside as Soviet premier, but not until 1964. But that the Soviets felt like they were potentially burned by the United States. So they potentially had some incentive, if you will. Cuba, since Kennedy had embraced Operation Mongoose, something that was set in motion by the Eisenhower administration, which was an assassination plot. So this is the effort to eliminate Castro by a number of potential assassination plots, including goofy things like exploding cigars and booby trapping conch shells in the area where he snorkeled off the Cuban coast and so forth. You could also point to the FBI because Bobby Kennedy was investigating the FBI. You could point to the CIA. Jeff mentioned earlier that the CIA was not happy with the way that the Kennedys handled the Cuban Missile Crisis. There were any number of members of the Joint Chiefs who wanted some level of military assault, and Kennedy backed off on that. He didn't want to do that. He thought this could be settled peaceably. So there's a CIA, FBI, Soviets, Cubans, and Stone goes down a laundry list of others. But right now, in my mind, I see the CIA more than any of the other institutions having fingerprints on this assassination. I don't know that we'll ever be able to prove anything, but it would seem that the falling out between Kennedy and Allen Dulles was really plain to see. It was a public falling out, and there was no love lost there, I think, when Kennedy was gone, by the career operatives at the CIA.
Chuck, let me ask you a question, though. If we step back from this particular event, which is God knows not to minimize it, but if we step back from this particular event or these three assassinations, or even if we take a step back from Vietnam and we try to put it into the context of our self-identified conservative brothers and sisters and neighbors, how do we bridge again, because right before you joined us, Kristin and I were going in the same kind of circles of argument that we have a lot here. And an argument might even be a strong term, because while we both get passionate about it, they aren't angry discussions. They're not, we're not arguing in that sense. Thank goodness. Eventually she'll get sick of me, but not yet. But how do we make the case? If we can make the case that these assassinations of the 60s, the lying, the so on, is the seed of convincing an entire portion of our population that government is the problem, not the solution, it's that very population that's getting screwed, their wealth stripped, their rights taken away by the very, what used to be a political party controlling that same government. How do we bridge those two things? That all of the things that you want to blame Democrats for, and the Democratic Party by no means is perfect, all the things that you want to blame Democrats for are exactly what's happening to you because of the Republicans you have put into office and what they have done to government. Democrats did not strip you of your wealth. They did not raise your taxes. They did not drive down wages. They did not destroy unions. None of it. So how do we bridge that? How do we reach these folks with truth? Not a small question by any means, and I get it. But do you understand where I'm going with this? We've been set up with these, we've used history to try to convince an entire block of people that government's not on their side. But only when the party, again, it's not a functioning political party anymore, but only when the party that they put into power, that they have been told to identify with, is in power, do they actually suffer all the things they blame the other party for?
I would just step back from that a little bit and say that we're missing an incredibly important part of the frame for the discussion, and that is the power of corporate America. Since, in my view, corporate America essentially it owns the Republican Party lock, stock, and barrel, and it owns significant chunks of the Democratic Party. Certainly, the leadership.
Way damn too much of it
is complicit. So if we go back, just to circle the conversation back to the 1960s, I didn't really finish my point, and I will get on to your question, because I don't think it's simply a Republican versus Democratic question. Because in my view, and we can agree to disagree, on balance, the Democratic Party leadership is right of center. Not far right of center, but significantly right of center. Whereas the Democratic Party base, the constituents, are left of center.
Oh, I'm so glad you said that, because I make that case all the time, even to folks that we talk to on a regular basis in the works that we do. I am convinced of the same darn thing. It's up here. It's the folks way up on the top that are the corporate ones. The base, this split, this supposed media driven, and I do believe it's media driven, split war in the Democratic Party. God, we love war terms, don't we? The civil war in the Democratic Party between progressives and the corporatists or the moderates, you know, now we like to call them moderates. I don't think that war exists. The problem is it's the moderates that are still up at the top. It's still the Clinton wing and primarily Clinton people that run the party. The base has gone back to the New Deal and has been for, I would say, more than a decade.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's right. And I think your frame about the Democratic Party was certainly true deep into the 1980s, but that in many ways, Bill Clinton begins to flip the script. I mean, I've heard people, you know, jokingly, but not so jokingly, said that Clinton was the best Republican president we've ever had.
He was the closest Republican president we had since Eisenhower. Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's problematic. And you remember what he did with NAFTA. Yes. The workers did feel betrayed by a Democratic president,
and continue to feel that way.
Right. And so, you know, how do we get back to the roots of the party? How do we get back to our progressive origins and commitment to people first, rather than careers first, rather than political power first? How do we retrieve that? And I think a lot of that discussion should center on the period of the 1960s. So when we connect the Kennedy to King to Kennedy, you got each of three nationally prominent political actors, a president, civil rights leader, but he wasn't just a civil rights leader, as you remember, or as we should remember, but he was also an anti-war leader, which meant that he was not only crossing the white supremacy line of Jim Crow legacy, but also he was crossing swords with the military industrial complex, similar to John Kennedy, if you follow the frame. And then in the last months of his life, he was essentially taking on Wall Street with the Poor People's Campaign, was Martin Luther King. And so you can see that there's a similarity here of institutions that Kennedy 1 and King took on, and Kennedy 2, Bobby Kennedy, was running on Martin Luther King's agenda. He was running on the same agenda of taking on, he was an anti-war candidate, as you know. He was leading in the Senate, at least, the fight against poverty, and actually was crossing swords with Lyndon Johnson, because if you remember, Lyndon Johnson was putting for every 5 tax dollars that came into the national coffers, 4 went into the war in Vietnam. 80% of all new dollars were spent on Vietnam, not dealing with poverty here in the United States. So the president's vaunted Great Society program, which was to take on poverty and racism,
and cut poverty in half.
Nonetheless, it was stillborn in the fact that the programs were drastically underfunded and never stood a chance of succeeding. Yet the right wing will look at the 1960s and they'll say, look, you had your opportunity, you had your chance to deal with all these social problems. Clearly, government is the problem, right? So that becomes easier for them to narrate. So did I answer your last question?
And we're hearing that now with the budget. So with the $3.5 trillion budget that President Biden and Bernie actually quite a lot have been working on. When your scheduled guests blow you off, you tend to start texting and you cast a wide net to see who can come in and offer an opinion. And you get lucky sometimes. You get Chuck Pennacchio, who shows up after spending the entire bloody day on the phone and on Zoom. And your friend, Dr. Jordi Comas, shows up as well. Someone who was kind enough and or will never do it again, have me on his podcast earlier in the week. He either enjoyed it or he thought to himself after he clicked that button, I am never doing that again. But he has yet returned to our program. So I literally, sometimes you will see me doing a program, grab the phone and answer it. Today, I did it for a couple of different reasons: to communicate with George in the background, to remember to forward the phone to the phone line so that you can call the program, folks out there, and to literally throw some fishing lines out into the water because our guests blew us off. And we've been kind enough to have 2 of them join in. And since Jordi just showed up, we should allow him to speak. Jordi, the general discussion of the program before Chuck was kind enough to join us again after 92 straight hours of Zoom is generally being, and looked at through the context and lens of history, this distrust of the government and the argument, and again, not an angry argument, but an ongoing discussion that Kristin and I have here, especially with her growing up in the rural parts of the Commonwealth. This disconnect between this very large section of our population, although it does seem to be dwindling a bit, that government is the problem with everything. It's the thing that keeps me from fill in the blank. Success, a job, higher wages, I can't keep my farm, whatever it might be. It wants to take my guns, blah, 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 blah. But it's really only when the party that they identify with is in power that real heavy hand, that real screwing takes place. So what is that disconnect? How do we bridge that? Because Kristin and I were talking earlier about the myriad of pile of hypocrisies in the Texas abortion law and the voting laws. And again, we kind of expanded to this disconnect. What is this disconnect? Everything that you complain about with government and politics and policy only happens to you when the party you vote for is in power. What am I missing? What are we missing in our communications? And we could talk a week about it, but I think you understand where I'm going. What do you live in a more rural part of the state? Tell me
Right.
Tell me what we're missing here. Tell me how we're not making the case, how we're not connecting these things.
Right. So thank you for having me on. It's nice to see you, Chuck. We've crossed paths several times over the last 20 some years. I think, I always look at your name and I look at your name and I think that's a name for someone to run in Pennsylvania. You've got Penn right there. It seems like destiny, right? Does Pennacchio mean from Pennsylvania in Italian or something?
Exactly. Feather pen. But yeah, it's close.
So, I think kind of the reality of some of these questions, Jeff, and I know you talk about them a lot, is we know the answers. And so it gets hard for a show like yours or anybody's to talk about it because we might sound repetitive, but the answers haven't changed that much. And some of them, sometimes the things that matter the most are sort of the deep, slow kind of, this is me being a social scientist, structural forces that are there. So, one of them, I heard Chuck at the tail end talking about NAFTA and, for sure the process of, we could say reglobalizing the economy because it wasn't the first time it happened. One of the things that led up to the Great Depression was a globalized economy at that time. A lot of it built on, direct colonial kinds of relationships as opposed to the kind of neo-colonial things we have post-World War II. But anyway, lower union membership, lower trust in institutions. I was looking at my bedside and I have this book, Witches by Stacy Schiff. And like what's happened to me as somebody who's supposed to be a scholar is I tend to read parts of books and then I never finish. So that's one of them. But, it's been on my mind all through the Trump presidency that there's this deeper, right? There's this history you're talking about, which is the history of America from the Depression through, let's say, Reagan, which to me, Chuck, I don't think you're that old. You didn't live through it, right? You just know it from books and learning too, right?
Born in 1959. How about you?
Okay. I was born in 72. So I am literally the baby, the trough of the baby bust. My year was the year that there were the fewest births. And then it starts going up towards the millennials, after me. But anyway, what I was trying to say was, like in the long scope of American history, and I'm pontificating too much, there's a lot of distrust of authority, be it government, be it religious, be it economic. And, I think the evil genius of the Republican and the right-wing establishment since Reagan and even a little bit earlier, and I still think the Southern strategy matters, was to direct that very American, everyday person's anger at authority, which is often misplaced, but anyway, to direct it at government as opposed to other forces. And I held up the Witches book because, that's as American as Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God or whatever, and the Light on the Hill speech. Like these things are baked into our culture. And I don't think, and so I think we're in a moment now with that, right? So that's my answer to your question is people don't trust institutions. And then you add on to that the way that the information and media landscapes and ecologies that people live in are so fractured. That makes it harder to connect to them. And so what do? We need that kind of deep, and I know Kristin, I don't know if she's talking tonight or she's hanging out, but she's talked about this.
She was here for about an hour and a half. She's taken one for the team. I probably should have got up and done it for as much as I actually say of any value. And even as the host of the program, she's taken one for the team and got up out of the studio. Our cat was in here having a cow. She was not happy. So Kristin scooped her up and she's downstairs giving her some love and spending some time with her.
Right.
She's being the best mom.
Yeah. So just circulating around, I think it takes a lot of building what I was going to say in terms of Kristin. She's talked about, and she and I talked about civic infrastructures, but that's what it is, people, and it's not even rebuilding, the party, for me, from what I know, some of the Democratic Party civic infrastructure or connectedness that was there, a lot of it was pretty authoritarian and hierarchical. You had to join the party to get a job. It was a machine thing. I don't love that. I don't want to hero worship that. So it's not necessarily always looking back. Some of it, I think, is making, new forms of community and engagement.
Well, if we look at that, if we expound upon that point of making new arguments, and I can certainly understand and I can certainly agree with that. I think history teaches us a lot. I think there are solutions to our modern problems in our own history. They may not solve all of our modern problems. We obviously, although we even cured the Dust Bowl during the New Deal, And by the way, that was something I was going to mention during the program. Perhaps might still get to it. That the hottest, some of the Western states have recorded the hottest summer and driest summer since the Dust Bowl. But let's take a new story. Let's take a new something new that we can identify with. The very people that we have been discussing, that we have been outlining, who will attack government and attack the Democratic Party, and only Republicans are, somehow looking out for me, even though, every statistic will show you that more jobs are created under Democratic administrations and more, the debt goes up higher under Republican administration, so on and so on and so on. How about something like something very tangible, like the child tax credit? Instead of just a line item on a tax form, real cash in the hands of people with children. It will cut child poverty in half. We have to assume in a nation of 330 million people that some of the folks that are going to benefit from that are voting Republican and only watch Fox News. So how do we take this very current solution to a problem and connect them back with the party that actually does have their own interests at heart, as opposed to the one that considers them cannon fodder? Jordi?
I have a thought, but I don't know if you want Chuck or someone else to go first.
No, you mentioned connecting modern.
Right.
So let's connect that modern.
So I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, and this may be good for your show because it may be controversial, but I feel like a lot of the programs that you all were talking about and that are born in sort of the era of big and good government, like tried to steer away from basing things on identity, right? So for example, like I've been listening to the audiobook version of The End of the Myth, which is a history that won the Pulitzer a year or two ago. And it's been really good, but he was talking about the Jacksonian period. And Jackson very much was like and some of the worst things that our country ever did to Native peoples and Native Americans were done during then. And the argument was, well, we need this land for white people. So I think that part of the universalism, just to finish my thought real quick, part of the universalism of the mid 20th century and of kind of the high, we call it like the height of modernity, was let's strip away things and make it based on universal things. And the result of that is when you talk about the child tax credit, I think that a lot of everyday folks hear that as someone's getting something for nothing. They're not getting a child tax credit because of their identity as a mother or as an American. It's based on need, and it reinforces this feeling of disempowerment. So I think that this is tricky because, understandably, as a progressive and as a liberal, if we don't want to say, well, we want to give support to white people, right? Or to other things. But I don't know if this makes sense, but I think we need to change the rhetoric away from the need and away from talking about the social problems, because I think that's alienating to a lot of people. And so, rather than it be a child tax credit, reduce child poverty, I think, and Clinton honestly was better at this. The people who are playing by the rules should be able to be good parents. So we're doing the child tax credit to help you be a good parent, not because you're poor.
Chuck, your thoughts?
Yeah, those are, Jordi does make an excellent point and a connector there. And just to highlight the fact that Trump regards Jackson as his favorite president.
Oh my God, that's sickening.
Elevated his portrait, I think, in the Oval Office or something like that. But Trump presents himself as this pro-democratic guy. I'm on your side. It's right-wing populism, but it is appealing. And part of the
problem, he ran in 2016 on a lot of Bernie's platform planks.
That's correct.
Raising taxes on rich people, ending these bad trade deals, taxing corporations, tariffs,
ending forever wars.
Right, ending forever wars.
So I think for the Democratic Party, and I think Jordi was heading in this direction a little bit, is that it's a framing and a messaging problem for the Democrats as much as anything else, is that they can do good things for good people for all good reasons. But if they're not messaging it effectively, it's lost. And as I think Jordi said, it reinforces the sort of tribal divide that already exists. So Democrats are horrible at messaging, just terrible. And I mean, what other entity would come up with the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act for a healthcare solution? I mean, who comes up with this language? Who actually does this stuff? The Republicans are excellent messengers. They're disciplined. They get on the same page. I mean, this goes back to the Reagan years, where I think Jordi was starting his modern conversation, was the message of the day. And that they met every morning at 7:30, and before anything was uttered or released to the press releases, press conferences, any discussion, every single member of that cabinet would be committed to saying the same exact phrase during the course of that day. And that would guarantee that would be the lead story in the news the very next day, no matter what it was. That, Star Wars is gonna save us from nuclear annihilation. Everybody's gonna say that. That's gonna be the lead story. They could guarantee, this is Michael Deaver, getting the lead story in the newspaper. And that's the discipline and the messaging that the Republicans are excellent at, and the Democrats are just horrible at. I was talking to Kristin earlier today, and the way that Republicans roll in almost every decision-making center is they meet behind closed doors, they hash it out, but they all agree on a message, and nobody's going to cross each other up. Everybody's going to be on the same page with the same message once they come out from those closed doors. Democrats can't wait to undermine each other in their disagreements by doing leaks, by doing social media messes. It really is, the Democratic Party is just not effective at all at messaging. So as good a job, and surprisingly as good a job as Biden's done, I mean, he's doing better than I thought he would, he's not doing a very good job of messaging, so that we can look at what he's doing in the affirmative and see it and appreciate it at a policy level. But in terms of messaging it, in terms of appealing to people's values and their emotions and their sense of empowerment and inclusiveness, they're not good at doing that. So that's really problematic for retaining and expanding political power, if that's where your question was headed.
Jordi, go ahead. Your responses.
Sure. Yeah. Does this end at 8 or 9?
There's no one on the rest of the night.
Okay.
There's nobody on Hot 101 the rest of the night.
Yeah.
As long as we choose to go, we go.
Okay. So I appreciate what you're saying, Chuck. And I think, the danger of this is I was sort of feeling my way through an idea that I don't know that I've articulated before. So I don't know that I did a great job. But it's not just the messaging, right? And part of that is like, sure, the Democrats are not as good at messaging. Part of it for me is like just knowing the value system that's kind of been baked into liberals and progressives and many, many, many Democrats is we're never going to get there because we don't actually like jive with that kind of like authoritarian top-down internal organizational culture. So I'm not sure if you were saying this, but I don't know that any effective Democratic effort can sort of reverse engineer what Republicans do, because we're not, there's been some research I think about this. We're just not wired as much to like obey those kinds of command and control authority chains. And at the same time, I think we can overplay that. Like Trump's administration, how many books were written from leaks coming out of his, maybe he's not the same kind of Republican you were talking about with the super good message discipline, but more fundamentally, just to really dig into like, what I was saying was not just a change in messaging, but a change in our hearts. And let me put it this way, going back to child tax credit, at the level of like my county committee or other rank and file Democrats I know, I think that a way a lot of them think about the child tax credit is this is something we have to do for those people over there who have a problem. And a lot of Trump's language, because he's a populist, was this is something that we all need to do for ourselves. Now, the way he draws the boundary around us is, revolting to me because of all the people that it demonizes. But I think that's what's missing in our hearts more, right? So no amount of clever wordplay can cover up the fact that if, as liberals and Democrats, you kind of look down on people who need a child tax credit, or even more to what you were saying, Jeff, earlier, people who've fallen sway to Q thinking and conspiracy thinking. I find it frustrating too. But like out in this area, going back to what you're saying, no amount of anger and frustration and wanting to rail against them is going to convince a lot of them to vote for liberal and democratic candidates. And I'm not talking about the ones who are like the most vocal, right, in social media, the ones who are like diehard ideologues. It's the people who are swayed by those ideologues, and I'm talking about at a very local level, right? So there are people in the school board or borough council out here in Union County or Snyder County who can be swayed by the ideologues. So, Fox trumpets the message of the day. The first wave ideologues are hopeless, but it's those people who are kind of like, well, maybe there's two sides to this. If in your heart of hearts as a liberal or Democrat, you think those people are rubes, dumb, misguided, a blight, all of these things that I feel a lot of that swirling around in Twitter and social media. If in your heart of hearts, that's how you feel about them, you're not going to be effective at organizing them, right? As an on the ground organizer or as a Democratic Party person, because they're gonna sense that you're looking down at them. And to me, that's the problem of a lot of the messaging, not the message per se, but the place it's coming from. Well, I really killed things.
No, not at all. Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, I've got a helicopter coming over my apartment. I don't know if you all hear it, but
I don't at all, but they're tracking you. They're coming for you, Chuck.
I know. I thought it was strange. I saw a cow being dragged across the sky this morning. It was a little bit strange.
Is this in Philly? Because weird things happen in Philly.
Oh God, yeah. Weird things happen. Bad things happen in Philly. Remember? There's a T-shirt messaging now. It's good things happen in Philly. Hands
really?
up Philadelphia. Yeah, because Trump of course was saying bad things happened in Philly during the recount stuff.
Yeah. No, very, very good things happen in Philly. You're right.
Right.
Like the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah.
Right.
One-time capital of the nation. Yeah. A couple decent things came out of there.
Yeah. No, I wasn't talking about necessarily about authoritarian style. I wasn't necessarily embracing that, but I mean, George Lakoff has done a lot of very good work. Celinda Lake, who is now advising the Biden White House, I think their messaging is actually pretty disciplined.
Right.
They've got a very good press secretary, and you're right, it's not just about the messaging, but it has to start somewhere. There has to be a leading voice framing, what's actually going on, and actually and taking credit for things that are going well. And Trump is one off on everything, right? So, but in fact, what I think he's doing is he's creating he's helped to fuse what was a right-wing trajectory of the Republican Party that's now teetering into fascism. I mean, this is a very, very, very dangerous place where we are right now. And the right wing, you were talking about the Southern strategy, we were talking about race, we were talking about class, we're talking about the othering, that the demonizing, that I am, one of my areas of my degree, my PhD was in German history, modern German history. So I spent a lot of time these days examining and re-examining the Weimar Republic, and was talking to Kristin about this earlier, and the parallels to what's going on right now, and the way that Trump has been able to take this, steal the election myth and use it much the same way that German conservatives, even before German National Socialists, German conservatives adopted the stab in the back theory, that Germany didn't actually lose the war. We were sold out by women and socialists and Jews. And the military was completely left off the hook, and the politicians were completely left off the hook with that myth. And the conservatives then set the table for Hitler. They set the table so that when the crisis hits in 1929, the door begins to open up. And one of the things also about Trump is that it's perpetual 24/7, 365 campaigning, nonstop, perpetual campaigning. progressives, liberals, Democrats, we tend to go to sleep in August. We tend to let things like Swift Boat, destroy the Kerry presidential campaign. Completely unacceptable, completely unforgivable as far as I'm concerned. But I think a lot of this is that we don't take our citizenship very seriously in this country. What is it? Only 9 states require civics courses for our children. So that as a university professor, and I'm sure with you too, Jordi, as you have kids come into your class and they don't know squat about the fundamentals of how our political system works. So it's easy for Trump and his cohorts to just fill people with all sorts of misinformation because people have nothing else to fill in there. And there are other, right-wing media sources. So I know that Jeff's dream is to get actual media outlets, to get radio. I mean, the problem here is that there are not enough platforms to even get any sort of basic messaging out there. So if there's a void and all that people can hear or listen to on AM, FM radio is right-wing poppycock, that's what's going to fill their brains. So that
and the new massive right-wing expenditure into Spanish language, he tried to say. We're always good when the radio guy can't talk. Spanish language right-wing hate radio. There are now about 500 of those stations nationwide. There are over 1,500 right-wing hate radio stations, all right-wing, all the time, 24/7. There are only about 450 to 500 that air any type of progressive programming at all. And I'm not talking about progressive from morning to night, like I think it's WCPT in Chicago. I'm talking about things of maybe one host per day. There's only about 450 to 500 of those stations. So you got 500 stations with Spanish language right-wing hate radio and over 1,500 nothing but right-wing hate radio stations across the country. And if you are at work where you are allowed to keep the radio on in the background, even just as some background noise, and that's the station you have on, it seeps in. I mean, we've so many of you out in the audience, and of course, I would assume both of our guests are as well, have seen, What Happened to My Father, What Happened to Kansas, or I think the other one is The Radicalization of, and then it's the name of the filmmaker's father, the one who he retires. I think he retires from a life of work, and is home and has nothing to do and starts watching Fox all day.
Is that the one that like?
And within months, what happened to my? What's that? Say that again.
It's something like, what happened to my dad?
What happened to my dad or something? Yeah. He retires. He's home. He has nothing else to do with himself and starts watching Fox all day. Within 3 months, he's gone over the edge. Conspiracy theory. Republicans always right. Democrats always wrong. Full blown, willing. That's the part of it for me that I find absolutely fascinating in every disgusting way and every disturbing way that you can think of. The willingness to accept authoritarianism while blaming Democrats for exactly that. That I find absolutely fascinating. I do not know how to combat it. I know that messaging is part of it. I know that education is part of it. But sometimes, where's the common sense? Where is the actual taking a step back of one's life and knowing that at the end of 4 years of Trump, you couldn't pay your bills, but you could before that? When does the tactile, the day-to-day, the actual living, existing in this country begin to wake people up to, I do better under these circumstances. I do a hell of a lot worse under these circumstances. I am in every morbid way, I'm telling you, in every disturbing way, fascinated by the fact that that line can't be connected.
So can I say something?
Of course.
So I think
I asked you to come. You're doing me the favor. You say anything you want.
Well, first of all, just thank you to you and to Chuck for giving me a space to kind of think out loud about some of these things. And, you know, I definitely think we need more, not just looking at some of the facts that you all were talking about that I broadly agree with, you know, like I agree with you, Chuck, that messaging is an issue. It's just like, I don't know, like, I think sometimes some people then hold up the Republicans or who's the guy on their side, not Lakoff, but the Frank Luntz, right? Frank Luntz is kind of, and it seems to me sometimes the idea is we need to reverse engineer what they did. And I'm like, if it works, right? But I'm like, let's just be intentional about it. But anyway, just broadly, thank you for giving me some space about that. And the reason I'm saying that is because I think this whole question about the media, I mean, I think we need to continue to like knock on that hard problem, knock on the door of that hard problem, because part of it is, I think we still, especially people maybe our age, we still have a kind of one-to-many idea of media in our heads, right? Like if we had enough stations, if we had newspapers doing this or that, you know, that's the one-to-many. But, and I'm not an expert on this, but a lot of the way that information feeds into and shapes worldviews, which then, you know, in a sort of circular way, then becomes the filter by which people understand facts. It's happening through the ways that people understand information in terms of their social contexts with groups and with people, right? So I know I think Pew does some good stuff in this. Like recently, most Americans get their news from social media, not from direct source. So what that is, and that's true for me. And I know that some people, and this is a chance for me to say, by the way, Chuck, I haven't been in the classroom for about 5 years. I put Dr. Jordi because it cracks me up because I usually kind of hide my PhD, but a lot of the lived experience that I'm talking about is being basically a full-time organizer out here in rural areas where also people don't understand the civics very well. But anyway, so, you know, if Chuck, if you post something, you're like, look at this thing from the Atlantic, I go look at it. So there's not this kind of like well-educated, poorly educated dynamic. You know, I think that's the way all of us get information. So I think that if we then go backwards and we say, you know, Jeff, yeah, we need more progressive content. I actually think there's huge amounts of progressive content. I don't feel like there's a production problem. I think there's a distribution problem. Right. And so if we're in a world of not one to many,
I absolutely
many
disagree.
to many,
or I absolutely agree with you. It's the space that you're talking about, just like the space to air out what it is that you're thinking, a stream of consciousness. Yeah, but that space is disproportionate. It's 1,500 stations to 450. And maybe I'm disagreeing with you sort of where we didn't disagree. I might be creating one that I didn't, or maybe I didn't understand, or maybe I quite probably didn't understand it. I'm not the sharpest tool. But if right-wing hate radio wasn't so damn effective, I wouldn't point to that statistic.
but
because
it is the answer of 1,500 left-wing hate radio stations, just to be too simplistic. Is that the solution?
There are entire swaths of this country where zero progressive media is reaching the people that live there. There's no progressive radio. MSNBC is a pay cable station where Fox is free. If it wasn't so prolific, if it wasn't so pronounced and so damn successful, and you have to say that it's successful, to take this sizable chunk of the population and convince them for 40 and 50 years to vote against their own self-interest, that's success. The original idea for Fox News came from Roger Ailes during the Nixon campaign. And he took the plan to Nixon. GOP TV. We want to put a channel on television that does nothing but put out our message. And by any means necessary. Say anything, do anything, get the message out, change the people's hearts and their minds. And even Nixon thought it was going too far. Even Nixon thought it was fascistic. Nixon, for God's sake. But Reagan embraced it. And that was part of ending the fairness doctrine. And and Clinton got suckered into well, I shouldn't say that because I think he did it quite willingly, to be honest. The Telecommunications Act of '96. I wouldn't push or speak of these milestones. We tend to think of milestones as positive things. In this case, not so much. I wouldn't point out these milestones if they weren't accurate, if history had not proved out how successful this has been. Limbaugh died, and right-wing hate radio hasn't skipped a beat. Not one beat.
But is the opposite.
Fox doesn't talk about the Texas abortion bill. They talked about it for 20 seconds. But Tucker Carlson does a live program from Hungary and tells his audience just how well Viktor Orban's doing running this country, placing all of his people in judgeships, clamping down on the press, arresting and jailing the opposition, says, and I quote, live on his program, "We could use this in America." So yes, it is effective. It's not the only thing. It's not the only problem, but it's a damn big one. You have to ask yourself, especially in a historical context, could Franklin Roosevelt himself even been elected in 1932 if this media climate existed then? I'm not sure. I'm really not. Gentlemen.
Jordi, you were going to talk.
I'll defer to you if you have something to.
I thought you were about to say something and Jeff kept going.
I did. I kept going. It's what Jordi. It's a constant battle of wills Jordi and I have.
Let me think this way, Jeff and Chuck and anyone. I'd love to know this. What is the mirror image? What's the, if you think of a photo negative, what's the negative of Fox News? Is it when Sam Cedar, does his show or your show? Is that it, or is it something else? And just to see this conversation, I heard somebody once point out that
free speech TV.
Well, they were pointing out that Oprah Winfrey is the opposite of Rush Limbaugh, because Oprah Winfrey had a massive audience, and it's about the audience, right? A lot of Rush Limbaugh and anybody like him, it's people who are able to listen to AM radio during the day because of, like you said, their workplace and other things.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people who tune into Oprah, like I can't remember the numbers, way more than AM radio. And her whole ethos, her whole value system is about caring for neighbors and lifting people up. And their point was that's the opposite of Fox News. And I always thought that was an interesting viewpoint, right? Because if we're trying to, very narrowly, if we're trying to compete for that AM radio listenership, I don't know that anything of the content we're making can. Not at those numbers. Let's throw that out. So I'll just throw that, like, what is the opposite? So you say free speech TV. I would say podcast. Pod Save America has something like 1.7 million listens per show. I just glanced at Fox News in July. They had 3.3 million watches. These are a bit, apples and oranges, or, Gala apples to, Fuji apple comparisons, because it's TV versus radio. But those are pretty big numbers. At the same time, they're very small numbers. Less than 1 in 100 people watch Fox News.
Right, out of a country of 330 million, right? You're talking about 1%. I agree.
But Chuck, what do you think? Like, what is the opposite of AM hate radio, or the inverse, the negative image?
Democracy Now, perhaps, but they don't get the numbers, to your point as well. It's tough. I know that the Nation pushed on Hayes, who's it with the
Chris Hayes?
Chris Hayes, right? When AOC and came out of the gate with the Green New Deal, they were getting no coverage, on MSNBC, on CNN, anything like that. And they were able to convince Chris Hayes to do a program, and he did a program, and he said, we did it. The numbers weren't satisfying to my bosses. I mean, it's a ratings game first and foremost. This is a corporate environment. That's the brilliance of Roger Ailes, and by the way, he came out of the first talk show in the United States, here in Philadelphia, the Mike Douglas show.
He was a producer, I think, and actually intern. I think he was a senior producer in his 20s.
Right.
Mike
right.
Douglas. Right. That's how he met Nixon, because Nixon went on Mike Douglas.
Right. And look, and Reagan came out of entertainment radio first, right? He did he read the teletype of baseball games.
Yep.
That was his first exposure. And Limbaugh wasn't in politics initially, right? He was doing other radio, wasn't it?
My history that I have read of him is that his first radio job was because Daddy owned the station.
Right, but he wasn't doing politics, I don't believe, right out of the gate. I think that
I
was,
know. I believe he was a music DJ, and he always wanted to be in sports.
right. So
But he definitely tapped into something, and from the inception of his program, it was political. He wasn't spinning records and then became political, almost like a Don Imus. He was flame throwing right out from the gate, and found, I think, tapped into something that was sadly that was there. And perhaps that's an excellent question. I do want to read something Kristin sent me from downstairs. She's trying to take care of the cat. The cat is not well. Different modalities of communication have varying psychological impacts. Reading an article requires active mind engagement. TV puts the brain in a passive mode. Studies have shown that people more readily believe a lie when they watch the video or TV of it versus when they read it in print. Maybe that leads me, hopefully, kind of, maybe it's not a smooth transition. As we approach 8:30, we make it to 9. That would be new. We haven't done 9 in a while. Did right-wing hate radio, Fox, Limbaugh, the dozens of copycats, and even Trump, Karl Rove, Lee Atwater, James Baker, did they tap into something that was always there? Or did they create this base, stringing together the anti-abortionists, the evangelicals, the racists? You know, Jordi mentioned the Southern strategy earlier, the oligarchs. Did they tap into something? You know, if we talk about just the oligarchs, Bernie talks about this a lot. And he did this a lot on the campaign trail, that any Republican office holder cannot stand in front of a crowd and say, I'm going to cut taxes on rich people and big corporations, and your taxes are going to go up. I'm going to destroy your union. I'm going to make sure that you don't make enough money to live on. But, oh, by the way, I'm going to make sure you can't go see a doctor either. And your kid's school, we're done with that. If you can't afford it, you don't get it. No Republican politician in the country can do that. So what do they have to do? They have to string together this coalition of admittedly very disparate things, interests, sorry, not things, of interests. The anti-abortionists, the evangelicals, the gun nuts, the fear of immigrants. We have to string together this coalition, with the real truth behind it being the oligarchs are going to make money. And they're going to steal it from you, probably. So does right-wing hate radio create, and Fox and so on, did they create that base? Or did they tap into something that was always there?
the answer is both, actually.
That was my
Jordi
answer.
smiling. Is that where you were going to go, Jordi? Both?
Yeah, and we sort of joke, going back to cognitive things sometimes.
Look
that,
how
you know,
connected we are here.
yeah, well, and we have a kind of not inside joke. We have kind of a saying within the Hub for Progress, the facilitators, that, you know, what defines us is not that we're always yes and thinkers, not either or thinkers, because you know, maybe Chuck was going to say this, but to finish my sentence, I mean, they tap into something that's there and then they grow it.
You're right. They fuel it. They provide the rocket fuel, and there's no greater rocket fuel than denial, projection, transference. I mean, they're brilliant.
Deflection, anger.
Brilliant at calling the other, you know, Democrats all the shit that they are. And this is the technique of fascist communication. It really is. It's like,
yeah,
I'm not a racist, you know, Trump during that just comically, but you know, I'm looking at it as comedy, and I'm realizing, wow, any number of Americans are actually believing him when he stands up in this debate and says, I'm the least racist person in this room. And this
Yeah.
audience is full of all sorts of people. I can't really see them, but I know that I'm the least racist person here.
Well, and Chuck, I feel like we kind of bypassed what you were saying about the comparisons to Germany. I didn't know that was your area, so that's super fascinating. I don't know a lot about it, but I mean, just to say something maybe a little bit controversial, maybe it's like, I feel like the problem with talking about fascism in the context of United States politics is almost like Nazi Germany was too bad, was too evil, right? So it's taken away our ability to talk about shades of fascism. Right. So, as soon as you say like, well, the Republican Party now has some fascist tendencies, people go, oh, you're saying they're Nazis. And I'm like, well, no, like there's not quite a program, obviously, for genocide. But the things you're saying, like the nature, the style.
Depends on which Republican you talk to.
So yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that, I mean, you start with this, the three cornerstones of fascism, and these unite all the fascist nations that were born and birthed in the 20th century. I mean, fascism quite literally grows out of the ashes of defeat.
I mean, in fact, here's one of the other books on my bedside is the Spanish Civil War.
Nice.
Like my father was an immigrant from Spain, so I'm very interested in the Spanish history. So I know a little bit about that, but go ahead.
Yeah, I know, excellent. But it's the three cornerstones are state corporatism, and that's what Mussolini identified as the most important. That's the merger, right? That's the merger of state and corporate interests, the marriage. And that's what we have predominantly in this country right now. I mean, the corporate takeover of the economy, and now obviously the corporate takeover of our courts through the Federalist Society.
And can I just throw out too Afghanistan, because this has been bugging me a lot. A lot of my own activism was born in anti-war peace stuff, but I feel like one of the reasons it went on for so long, even though we all knew it was headed for this kind of resolution sooner or later, was because all the military-industrial complex, that we've outsourced honorable service, to like those few families that do it, and contractors, and someone else will pay for it. Anyway, Chuck, go ahead. So state corporatism is one. What are the other?
Yeah, well, and I mean, and not to lose your point as well. I mean, I teach a class called the Political Industrial Complex, and it begins with Eisenhower's warning to the country about the military industrial complex. And what's happened, of course, is that virtually all of our institutions have morphed into much the same kind of a system, including higher education, which is probably why you left and why I was fired, if you didn't know, for union organizing at my university. I was fired for union organizing. That's constitutional.
Something that was supposed to be illegal. Yeah, exactly.
Right. But just the same, I mean, look at healthcare. That's where I spend so much of my time. I mean, same thing, totally corporatized. It's all about the profit, the media, agriculture, just go down the whole list. It's all about corporatization and corporate modeling. And most people are unconscious of it. So state corporatism is one cornerstone. State church fusion, the fusion with the predominant right wing of the leading institution, in this case, the Christian right wing in the United States. So state church fusion. And then thirdly, white supremacy, white supremacism. But then following that, you've got all
so as you were going through them, I was thinking, because one of the things I got from a book by, I think, John Judas, that was a kind of a primer on populism.
Right.
But so maybe this is more about the tactics and less the program. But anyway, there's always this.
Rural broadband, Chuck. Rural broadband.
The digital divide.
That's exactly. There it is. He's back. You just froze up for us for a sec, Jordi.
Oh, sorry. I was saying that there's always a thread, and so I don't know if it's one of those pillars or it unites them. But anyway, it's that a lot of that program, especially I think in my mind, the white supremacy appeals to the alienated individual who then can latch on to that sense of alienation. And so that's the thing that is so common in my mind between what I know about Italian fascist history and Spanish fascist history and German and the US. And they are born in moments of a sense of national crisis. So, we all grow up with this America's the greatest country, and then first Vietnam, now Afghanistan, 9/11, we see all these things that create a kind of cognitive dissonance that like maybe it's not, you add into that all the healthcare problems, education problems. And so that formula is there. This is sort of a question, Chuck, right? That formula is there for a democracy to fall prey, because fascism grows out of democracy. That's the thing that, I know, but people forget sometimes. Fascism is, from what I understand, emerges out of, relatively wealthy societies.
Democracies descend into it. It is not the initial form of government in any society is fascism. Democracies descend into it. They're convinced into it or talked into it.
And they often use the institutions of press and sort of, I mean, this is why our hands are tied. The press is trying to be a neutral arbiter sometimes, and the right doesn't care about it. I mean, the fascist right. So
Jordi,
anyway, sorry.
I know you sent me a note that you were going to hop off soon, and I hope, I hope sometime in the future, I can't say when that'll be. I do have the schedule in front of me of programs that I usually run through with everybody at the end of the show, and we're kind of lucky. Hopefully everybody shows up after tonight. But I think this might be a very actually xenophobic or maybe even ill-informed thing for me to say. But I do think of all the fascist histories that Americans are generally aware of, if not the specifics, it's the Spanish fascist experience that we know the least about.
Well, he was our guy after
the longest running. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, I mean, part of it is he was our guy because he opened up, this is my understanding, he opened up his bases to NATO. And so they were willing to kind of, we waged a war to, throw Hitler and Mussolini out. And Franco was like, it's not like he was a nice fascist. He just happened to have bases we wanted to fight the Cold War in the Mediterranean.
Right. And of course, we aligned ourselves very quickly after the war with German fascists and fighting communism during the Cold War. I mean, those folks were woven through the entire bureaucratic system of the new Germany that emerged West Germany. What's that?
And Operation Paperclip. They're the ones that took the moon.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
But
I'd be happy to talk about it. I mean, I think one thing people also, we call it a civil war, but the little bit of history I know that I think is interesting is really it's a coup. It's a coup that failed in 36 and then took 3 years to resolve itself. And it was, the Republic was itself also weak. I mean, the biggest difference from what I know between Germany and Spain and us is, and I don't want to hang too much on this, but our institutions are more robust and I think they took a beating under Trump, but and for you just look at election machinery, all those little local Republican officials who would not sway to him is one of the key differences, I think, between 2020 and something like an American Weimar Republic. But they're doing everything they can to erode it, and they didn't stop. That's the danger.
Right.
The game. Remember what the real term is for a failed coup. Practice. It's called rehearsal.
Yeah, so
that's why January 6th is not an isolated moment in time. We see this new rally happening on the 18th, I think it is. That the National Guard will be there for. Fences are going back up. The FBI is already warning about it. A failed coup is nothing other than practice. It's a rehearsal.
Yeah, and the special recall election in California.
Is a coup in and of itself.
That's going to get wild.
Given the number of candidates on the ballot and the fact that the very same ballot is giving you, do you believe in this recall? And oh, by the way, who are you voting for? As few at the math that I have seen reported, as few as 18% of the electorate could make Larry Elder the new governor of California.
Yeah, well, and this is a Democratic Party problem too, because Gavin Newsom is not running on his record. He's not running on what he's done for Californians, which is a lot during the pandemic.
He's running against the recall itself.
That's it. That's his only, it's foolish. It's foolish. If you don't give people something to vote for, even though you're asking them to vote against the recall, you have to give them incentive to vote for the turning down the recall for reasons having to do with your life. In any case, I'll pass this document on to you, Jordi. It goes on, it talks about imperialism, colonialism, nationalism, militarism, racism, sexism, xenophobia, cronyism, media control, which you were just talking about, scapegoating, which we've discussed a little bit earlier, and just all the tools of anti-democratic behavior, voter suppression, stolen elections, fraudulence. Victimology is a very powerful one, right? Victimology. You're always the victim.
The war on Christmas.
Right. I mean, the war on Christians and
Yeah,
Christianity.
the war on Christians. Yeah.
Oh my God, it's a global crusade. Don't you know that Christians are under assault everywhere, especially here in the United States? Didn't you know? And
I had an evangelical Christian, self-identify, you name it, literally carry a pocket Bible, the whole nine, threaten to beat the blank and lots of different other blanks out of me because I showed him the Treaty of Tripoli.
I don't even know what the Treaty of Tripoli is.
The initial paragraph of the Treaty of Tripoli, Chuck knows this. Whereas the United States is not a Christian nation, was not founded on Christian principles.
Is this like Jefferson, like that?
The opening of the Treaty of Tripoli.
And the
I have a meme of it. I may have butchered the quote, but I have a meme of it. I will try to find it.
Well, you can also point out that
It's a nice artistic meme, where it looks like parchment paper and all that fun stuff. But it's something I probably butchered it, and I will try to search it very, very quickly and read you the actual quote. But yeah, and this, he was going to beat me up, which is very Christian of him. Think about it. It's exactly what Jesus would have done, was beat the hell out of me, isn't he?
yeah,
I mean, good Lord. You know what I mean?
the Crusades are not over.
Yeah. Well, Chuck, I'd love to see that. I think for where I am and the things I'm doing, day to day, and I'm going to hop off after this, but it's, intellectually and even for me, sort of, I guess spiritually, I would say, like, those terms resonate a lot. But then how do we build winning campaigns in rural areas that address those issues, but maybe in language or with examples or with anecdotes or with kind of a whole palette, a whole, array of messaging and rhetorical colors that is rooted in the experiences here. Like, I think people understand very deeply injustice, but they don't necessarily connect it to it when they hear, like, oh, well, there are microaggressions against people because of their gender. We have to stop that. Like that sounds like gobbledygook to them. So, to me, it's finding a kind of, for lack of a better word, like rural homespun Pennsylvania populism, because I know it's from Lake Off. Those value systems are there. It's a question of activating them. People understand solidarity and community in rural areas, but they don't understand it through the lenses that some, sometimes come out in kind of typical progressive rhetoric. That's where a lot of my work is now.
Yeah,
I know you have to go, Jordi, and I'm going to let Franz talk after you sign off. But I just did want to read this because I found it. First off, it's Article 11. It's Article 11, which shows you I was completely wrong because I thought it was the opening of the treaty. It's Article 11, and I quote, "As the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion, as it has in itself no character or enmity against the laws, religion, or tranquility of Muslims," and on and on and on. It is one of the legally argued codifications of the separation between church and state. And it is something that drives evangelicals absolutely batty, which is not my goal. I don't think it's anybody's necessarily their goal, but it is right there, codified in law, a treaty that was ratified by the Senate according to the rules of a very, very new United States Constitution right there.
Thank
So
you.
I wanted to get that right.
Yeah.
I very much hate when I quote something and I butcher it. Or I shouldn't say, you can't butcher a quote. You either get a quote right or you don't. Or when I paraphrase, George has just put it up on the screen, actually. When you paraphrase it, I get it wrong, and I didn't want to do that. So I was able to Google it very quick. We got that very quickly up there. And as I thought it was the initial preamble of the treaty, it actually isn't. It's Article 11. So I apologize. I got that wrong too. But hey, that's why we have the Google machine in front of us, and we check that stuff and make sure that we get it straight.
Musselman, is that a synonym for Muslim?
I believe it was a name it's the original language it's Muslimen to mean Muslims, male Muslims. I think it was a word term of the 1790s that we don't use anymore, but it was part of the language of the original treaty.
Isn't there a Matamoros in Pennsylvania and New Jersey for both?
There is a Matamoros in PA for sure.
So I
don't know about New Jersey.
Yeah, I looked this up once because there's a Matamoros Spain, and it's really horrible, and because it literally is kill Moors. Mata is the command form of kill in Spanish, so it's literally is Matamoros, kill Moors. So I don't know why that popped into my head, but just once I was like, could it be? And I looked it up, and that really is like the etymology. But anyway, thank you for sharing the Tripoli. That's cool to see, and
hey, thank you for hopping on.
Not bound by these old word things like muscle.
No. I tell Kristin all the time. My grandmother was born. Gosh, she's lived to be 94. She passed away quite a while ago, and she was a nurse, and she ended up being retired for almost as long as she worked, and she regularly used the term colored because it's how she grew up.
Oh yeah,
just the term that she knew. And I know for a fact, obviously I'm biased because it was my own grandmother. She was a nurse. She treated anyone that came in front of her. She had no enmity toward anyone, but she just used the term because it's the term she grew up with. It's not acceptable as a term any longer. Right. But that was the time that she grew up in, and she never meant enmity. She never meant anything by it. It just, that's what she used. So that Muslimen, which I'm looking at right now, Muslimen, I believe is a term just to mean male Muslims. Of course, it was a male-dominated world, of course, in the 1790s. I think it was a term that was of the time, shall we say. But Jordi, you really hopped in like a complete last minute notice, and I'm grateful. And as I told you and continue to tell you when we do communicate, the door is open to you, sir. You're part of the family. You are always welcome here.
Well, thanks. Thank you so much, Jeff. Good luck with everything. And Chuck, it was really nice to chat and usually we're sort of like in the same meeting running past each other. So I'm sorry to hear about your university. That really sucks.
Oh, look, I lost the personal battle, but I'm glad to be out of higher ed right now. It's a hot mess. It's completely a mess. And we won the war. We won the union. We got a 99.2% vote. 99.2% we won. So it's awesome. It's all good. I'm not going to sweat it. I'm going to go on early Social Security. I've got a pension. I'm going to continue organizing like you. So we'll have more opportunity to get together. Take care.
Take care. Bye.
Now, my good dear friend Franz Messerschmidt is still in the room. He had asked to unmute before, and I didn't. And I hope, Franz, that you don't think I was being rude. Franz is on the phone, so you will not see him on the screen. We are usually in our Revolution meeting at this point, but I don't know if there's even one happening at the moment, so I don't know what we're missing. But we have about 15 minutes left of the program. And as much as I thanked Jordi for being here absolutely last minute, I absolutely must, not that I will forget, but I absolutely must heap just bucketfuls of praise on my dear friend, and I'm humbled to be in his circle of friends, Chuck Pennacchio, for hopping on extremely late notice. I should really clarify and say notice, because our originally scheduled guests just blew me off. It's been a real blow tonight, I'll tell you what. I'm feeling so good about the way the program was going. We were expanding, we got a TV channel, we got all this fun stuff, and then a guest just absolutely just buries us. So I'm not happy about that. But Franz was texting me in the background when we were on our the Kennedy assassination discussion, because we've talked about this on other more private Our Revolution calls, and I know Franz is bursting probably at the seams. So Franz, talk to us. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for consistently being in my circle of friends and being a supporter of the program. Tell us what you wanted to say a bit earlier in the program. The floor is yours.
Well, folks, I'm honored to be here, and I must say I've been very much interested in what I've been hearing now the last hour or so. As usual, Chuck gives us a really really good bunch of information. I don't want to talk too long. I don't think I should. Somebody raised the question of whether or not this right-wing movement has been on for a long time or whether it's a recent development. Being in my 80th year, I can remember as a youngster hearing right-wing grumbling and conspiracy theories. Seems the only thing that's different is that has become more. It's become larger. It's become greater. And as to the Kennedy assassination, I'm convinced as I am that I'm sitting here that there was a conspiracy to kill Kennedy. The questions still remain: what single or what group of individual interests would have benefited from Kennedy's demise? And I'd say there are more than you can count on two hands. The late Jerry Polikoff and I discussed a good bit of this over a few years. And the only thing we couldn't agree on, which was the answer to the question, which of the groups that despised Kennedy, felt threatened by Kennedy, were going to suffer financially because of Kennedy, which group or groups is most likely to have instigated the conspiracy to kill him. And from what I can gather, this is just my opinion, I think it was the banking interests that saw in Kennedy the greatest loss if he were allowed to live. Jerry disagreed. But what is the most important thing that the Kennedy assassination brought us? I'm beyond the point of worrying too much about who engineered his death, who pulled the triggers. The question that should be asked is why. But even beyond that, it's my belief from living it, from being here and getting the sense of the pulse of the population, from my perspective, that the official report on the Kennedy murder was so much questioned and doubted to such a great degree. I think that's probably, and somebody brought this up before, the Kennedy assassination destroyed the innocence of the American people. I think there's a lot to be said for that observation. And what we have nowadays is a succession of indications and the impression that, and the proof of, in certain cases, the government does not tell us the truth. Not too much after the Kennedy murder, we had the Ellsberg Pentagon Papers released. And that put the lie to a number of things that we had been led to believe and told wrongly. And how many other things since then can you question whether the government is reliable and truthful? And this has fed into the right-wing propaganda that eventually evolves into the government is the enemy. I watched the 2016 election, and I think the majority of Americans wanted change. They were a little tired of being told about hope and change, but a lot of them didn't see the change they would have liked to have seen. And so a large number of Americans wanted change. Some Americans wanted Bernie Sanders to bring about change, and some people caught on to the idea that Trump would be the engine of change. But what is the difference? That common denominator splits up into two classes. Myself, who supported Bernie because I'd been watching and listening to and appreciating Bernie for 15 years prior to that, I take the view, and I think most Bernie supporters took the view, that the government has the ability to make things better and can correct things if done correctly. However, the group that supported Trump were the people who see the government as their direct enemy. The government stands in the way of their success and their hopes for the future, and Trump played on that. And I'm not at all surprised that Trump won that election.
Franz, let me ask you
So
a question. As a
that's
man,
my overview.
let me ask you a question. As someone who has organized for the Democratic Party in rural areas and continues to do so, I should say, and did so successfully, Let me
Years ago, I did, yes.
let me ask you, well, you still do it to an extent. Let me ask you, how do you explain, and this is where we got kind of, I'm probably responsible for this, dragging us into a media discussion, but how do you explain, how do you justify, that might not even be the right word, this disconnect between the people who continue to vote Republican, and I think even more so in rural areas, when you can't keep your farm and your schools are crumbling and there's 40 kids in a class and there's still lead in the schools, your roads are crap. And not every rural place, but I'm definitely speaking in generalities. There's no question. How do you make the connection between everything that these self-identified Republicans, especially in rural areas, who will continue ad infinitum to vote Republican, when actually everything that they have to complain about is coming from the very people they're voting for? Where the hell is that disconnect?
Well, I would suggest to you that Thomas Frank addressed that in his book, What's the Matter with Kansas? He lays it on a line. And
so then does that drag us strictly into a media discussion then, again, kind of where we ended up earlier? Is it all just media propaganda? I'm only hearing one side. Democrats are the root of all evil. If we just cut taxes on rich people more, it'll trickle down to you. Is it really that simple? I'm not even sure simple is the right word either, but is it really that straightforward?
I think that's a large part of the problem.
I do too.
The other side, Republicans have an organized, very sophisticated propaganda machine. Some people that were talking earlier touched on that. And of course, we Democrats do not. In fact, I'm so annoyed at the lack of leadership and uniformity among Democrats that I have joked with people that the Democratic National Party leaders couldn't run a successful yard sale. This is what we're up against.
See, that's the thing. That's the junction of thought where, I kidded earlier about this, year-long ongoing, it's probably more than a year because I met her more than a year ago, that Kristin and I continue to have, is the lack of either understanding or maybe the unwillingness to admit that I've been voting the wrong way all these years, somehow being sold the hope that, it'll be the next Republican that does everything for me that they said they were going to do. How on a day-to-day life, a day-to-day existence, you have to know that when you sit down with, I happen to do it very old-fashioned, I sit down with a checkbook and pay your bills, that you are worse off in Republican administrations. It's just fact. All the data, all the science shows you that. Earnings go down. Wealth gets transferred to the top. The health, life expectancy drops, for goodness sake. And deficits explode. When these good folks, and believe me, these are good, decent people. I mean, decent in the sense of a common decency.
Mostly. Yeah.
When they sit down to do the day-to-day, like pay the bills, get the kids ready for school, make a doctor's appointment, or try to go to the pharmacy and be told you can't afford that, where this is now, that one's not covered, where even the generic is $50 and gas is $3.50 a gallon. And it is some places in the Commonwealth, by the way. I saw a $3.62 earlier today. How do you fail to make that connection of things get better during these particular points in history, but they're worse for me during these others? The government I'm voting for, sometimes you deserve the government you vote for, but sometimes the government gets put upon you. In Texas, it's put upon you. There are more Democrats. Democrats get more votes, but Republicans dominate the state. It's the same thing for Florida. But sometimes you do get the government you deserve. So how do people not make that connection, Franz? How do they not make that connection?
Well, first of all, I'll say this. The successes that I had as party chairman in relatively small Lebanon County, I don't think that could be duplicated nowadays. That was a time when the majority Republican Party usually won the elections. In fact, they had since the Civil War. But the Republican Party was made up of a good many people that were moderately intelligent, reasonably sensible, and I took the view that if our party, our minority Democratic Party, would put up superior candidates, they could win, and I was proven correct. But I don't think that could happen anymore. The overwhelming power of the sophisticated propaganda machine is such that they are able to persuade average Americans, too many of them, that the Democrats are the cause of all their problems. I like Lee Atwater. Lee Atwater was one of the people I looked up to as somebody who could learn from. Lee Atwater's the guy that got Reagan elected, you may remember.
Yep.
And what did Lee Atwater do? He went around the country and went to bars and BFWs and community groups and listened to what people were complaining about. And I can tell you from having been there that a big thing that people were complaining about was the result of our turning tail and running from Vietnam, losing the war. And then the response to that from Ford and from Carter appeared to be a reduction in interest in our military. Now, that was mostly phony, but that's what people imagined. In fact, I have to confess that at one point I was even a little bit concerned myself. You know, we're going to let the Ruskies get ahead of us. And that was large on people's minds at the time. And Carter had the misfortune, mostly because of forces beyond his own control, that he just was an unlucky president. Too many things went wrong during Carter's administration. And the public sense was that we are not maintaining our defense against the terrible Soviet Union. And Atwater heard that, and that got to be one of the implications in the Republican platform in '80, that if you elect Reagan, we're gonna build up our military, and we're not going to take the risk of having the communists beat us. It was that way back then. Now it seems kind of quaint, I was thinking in terms like that, since the fall of the Soviet Union, but it wasn't that way back then. So the ability of Democrats to win, and or to win over some of the people who would have in the past voted for Trump, is not going to be easy. What I get, pretending I'm Lee Atwater, going out and listening to these people talk, the single biggest thing I get is the simplistic response: I'm getting tired of paying taxes so that the government can give that money to the undeserving and the minorities and the lazy people. This has been put in people's mind. Limbaugh did a great job of doing that over the years. Limbaugh was entertaining. People turned on to him because he entertained them. He made things light, And
He was entertaining. I got a lot of grief. The day he passed away, I posted that while I didn't agree with anything he had to say, his success was based on not what he said, but how he said it. People listened. He was entertaining, and they listened sometimes for the entire 3 hours. He was entertaining. His message could never gotten out if people didn't listen to it. He was entertaining. Sure. He kept them entertained. He made them laugh. Yeah. And he held an audience and then grew an audience. A part of his audience grew because it's a little bit of inside radio baseball terms, but he gave his program away for free to affiliate stations. They had to agree to carry a minimum number of national commercials, and they would get the program for free. And then whatever local ads they sold on top of it, they kept all the revenue. But that said, if he was boring to listen to, and I can be boring to listen to occasionally, I drone on a bit, we get a little too far down into the weeds. But if he wasn't entertaining, if he didn't hold an audience and grow an audience, no, he deserved a lot of credit for what he did and what he built. I don't believe in a damn thing he had to say. Not one. I don't believe in anything he had to say. He was rude and crude and racist and just flat wrong on policy. He lied about history. He lied about policy. He lied about politicians and people and so on and so on. But people listened. He was only able to accomplish what he did because people listened. And he had an art and a skill to keep people listening.
Frankly, I wonder whether he actually believed what he said. He said it with such apparent
I think he did
zealotry.
I think he did when he began his program, but it got more and more ridiculous and more outrageous and just flat out more and more false. I want to read a comment that Mom Kristin sent from down in the kitchen while she's taking care of the cat. I'll get your reaction and then we'll say goodnight. It's already after 9. We lack a progressive media machine. Even more importantly, we use the diction and framing that turns conservatives off. When they hear Democrat, they think people who look down on me, elites, or political correctness. Connecting with these voters means recognizing that their voting priorities are not just financial. They believe they're in an existential fight to protect the America they know and grew up in. We're bringing a spoon to a culture war and propaganda gunfight.
That's very well put.
Chuck, your reactions, and then we'll say goodnight to the good folks for at least one more week.
I wanted to hang and listen to what Franz had to say. He's always brings excellent kernels of wisdom. So thanks, Franz, for your.
Well, so do you, Chuck. I can't tell you how much I enjoy listening to your ideas and your thoughts.
Well, thanks. I appreciate it. One thing that does need pointing out is that Jimmy Carter doubled defense spending before he left the White House. Doubled it. It was roughly at 100 billion, and he doubled it to 200 billion. And Reagan took credit for that. And you're right. I mean, Carter had all sorts of shit happen on his watch. There was Afghanistan one, and there was Sandinista, and then of course the hostage crisis in the Middle East, which was unfortunate. And the first 2 years of his presidency, I deeply admired his approach to foreign policy from a human rights perspective. But then when things went south, Cyrus Vance resigned, and then Zbigniew Brzezinski came in, and now, he was the hawk in the Democratic Party wing, and now he's considered the mainstream voice of the Democratic Party on foreign policy, Zbigniew Brzezinski, whose daughter, of course, is on Morning Joe. But I just wanted to put that out there. I think you're right as far as the messaging. And remember also that Lee Atwater brought us Willie Horton. I just don't want him to not get credit for that.
No.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yeah. And Frank Luntz brought us death panels and the death tax, and Karl Rove just flat out declared war on anyone who was a Democrat. It's, you know, I'm not so sure that and of course, Newt Gingrich with the contract on America.
Yeah, just to add another spin to what Franz is saying is that the Republicans they're doing a much better job as posing, and they're just posing, but it works. They're posing as populists, that I'm on your side. They're much better at that kind of outreach and messaging. So I think that legacy of Lee Atwater that you were discussing, Franz, is true down to the present, is that the Republicans are faux populists. And if people are given a choice between that guy sounds like he's on my side and those people sound like they're talking down to me, who are you going to vote for? I think that's sort of another way of broadening the frame of our discussion. So thanks for the evening, gents.
No, Chuck, thank you for the
may I-
last word, Franz, and then we're going to sign off.
All right. Well, it's not quite an axiom, but what I've come up with is this: in getting political messages across, the facts, as Chuck just pointed out about Carter's increase in defense spending, the facts don't matter at all to people. The impression is what matters.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the perception is reality. Yeah.
Yep, that's another way of putting the same thing.
All right.
Well, listen, gents,
Been great tonight. Thank you so much, guys.
Well, listen, I'm gonna see you in few minutes, because I'm gonna hop over to where we were supposed to be at 8:00. Chuck, yeah, I mean, what can I say, Chuck? You bailed me out here a little bit. We were, Kristin and I were trying to carry things through, and again, our guests just, did whatever they did, but they didn't show where they were supposed to be.
It was Dr. Bill Honigman who had committed.
It was going to be Mike Fox and Dr. Bill at a minimum. Mike had told me he was going to be. I don't want to air this out live on radio, but he was going to spread to the leadership team, so they were all welcome. I do absolutely understand that they had their national call today. I was expecting them to come in late. I absolutely was ready for that, no question. I just didn't expect them to not show at all, so that's disappointing.
Yeah,
perhaps at some point in the future. PDA is a big group. They do a lot of good works, and it would have been nice to talk to them about not just the works that they do, but about some of the subjects that we covered here tonight, about messaging and media and reaching people on many different levels, maybe touching them in their heart, touching them in their gut, getting them in the brain. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to reach someone. So it would have been great to have them, and I'll lick my wounds and try to assuage my ego, and I will invite them again.
I'm gonna
like
guess.
I said, I was expecting them to be late, but not to just not show. That was a bummer.
Yeah, I think it probably California recall, all hands on deck. I'm gonna guess that's the background here, because
Could be.
Dr. Bill, he's in Orange County, California, and he's been working that tirelessly. So, and then Mike Fox is the leader of their phone bank organization. And so I'm just guessing. I wasn't there. I don't know, but this is an important recall election. And so, not that you're not important, but this is sort of an urgent thing.
I will gladly admit I am not as important as the future of the largest state in the union and the 5th largest economy on the planet. So yeah, I'll grant you that one. But hey, thanks for bailing us out here. I mean, it's just that simple. Thank you.
Take care, brother. You be well. Take care, Franz, Kristin, and Jordi.
Good night.
So, folks, for next week, let me tell you at least what's on the schedule. And again, we had a lengthy discussion about the schedule, didn't we? Let me tell you at least what's on the schedule. September 19th, right? 12 plus 7 is 19. So next Sunday is the 19th. Our scheduled guest is a Democratic candidate for the Pennsylvania State House of Representatives, Colleen Gray Nguyen. She is set to join us 1 week from tonight, although a couple hours earlier than 9. But we will be back with you live from 5 p.m. 1 week from tonight, September 19th. I do have a schedule after that, but let's not get into it because I think I may have jinxed myself either last week or the week before when I read you all 2 months of planned programs. And here we go. One of them has bit the dust. So maybe I won't read the schedule out loud and I'll try not to jinx myself. I know it was a bit of a discombobulated program tonight. It was a bit hastily thrown together for the last 2 hours. I have the best friends. I'm very, very fortunate to have such good friends like Chuck, Jordi, and Franz, who are willing to hop on here. Kristin lives with me. She lives in the house. She doesn't have a choice. I can make her come in here anytime I want. And if you believe I can make Kristin do anything, I got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you. But she's kind enough to come up here and hop on and be part of the program. Not always sure how happy she is about it or how comfortable she is about it, but she's willing to do it. And I love her for it. And so we kept try to keep the program going afloat tonight. I know it was a little discombobulated with people popping in and out. But you know what? It's actually part of the program that I enjoy, was that I have such wonderful friends. I have giving, kind friends, and I'm humbled by it. I'm very, very fortunate for it. I'm a better person for it. And I do kind of like that drop in, ease out, drop in, drop out sort of nature of the program. I have always billed this program to you, tried to sell you this program as a conversation. A casual, relaxed conversation on very serious things that we can talk to each other. We can have very heady, very highbrow, very serious discussions about very, very serious things, but we can do it with a smile and a handshake and a hug, and we can even have a couple of laughs along the way while we learn, while we communicate with each other. And if tonight wasn't the epitome of that, I don't know what possibly could be. So I will say to all of you in the audience, thank you very much for putting up with us tonight and for sticking with us. And hey, one of our longest shows in quite a while. And isn't that fun when everything looks like it's really going to go to pot, and then it springs up and beautiful flowers grow. Isn't it a wonderful thing? To George, do you have anything that you would like to add to anyone upon your triumphant return to the program before we sign off and say goodnight, sir?
I'm sorry, I was laughing too much. I was actually going to start coughing, and I said, no, I'm not going to do that.
You can't. No, because if you start, you might not stop till.
Yeah, I know. That's true. I'm sorry. No, yeah, I do not have.
You might keep going for a solid week.
Oh, no. No. I don't have anything.
You're good.
I don't have anything to add.
Welcome home, my friend. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
For associate technical producer Lynn Dare, for the gentleman you just heard, the ethereal voice dropping into the program that you just heard, our technical producer, George Dare, for DJ Lex and DJ Earl at hot101.net. And you should be listening to hot101.net, everyone. Please tune it in. It continues when we're not here. There's an awful lot more to offer than just this program, I guarantee you. Please give hot101.net a try. They're a great station and a great bunch of DJs and a great bunch of creative people behind it. We're definitely the outlier. We're the different people here on hot101.net. But don't let that fool you. The station has so much to offer. I beg you to please check it out when we're not on the air. For Marquise, Whitney, Sarge, and Taekwondo TCP, thank you. And for Kristin, of course, my much better half, for being part of the program tonight. For Chuck and Jordi for dropping in, and for Franz for dropping in and completely late, out of the blue, really throwing a fishing line in the water sort of notice. I'm very, very grateful to you all, my dear friends. I'm so lucky. Thank you all for being here. Listen, if you have not gotten vaccinated yet, please, I beg you to do so. I just beg you to do so. It works. It's proven science. Save yourself, save your family. We see that you can still get COVID even if you have been vaccinated, but guess what? It won't kill you. And that's a pretty damn good thing. At least it won't kill you. Yes, you might still get sick. Yeah, you might still miss a day or two of work, but you won't have to go to the hospital and you won't die. What more can I say? Masks save lives. If you think it's your body and your choice, I suppose it's your choice to die. It's called suicide. But you don't have to take the rest of us with you. If you're carrying COVID and you don't wear a mask, you will infect other people, including your own friends and family. We don't want to keep it for yourself. That's my choice. If you have freedom, then so do I. My choice is to not get sick and not die. It's why I got a vaccination. It's why I wear a mask. We're simply asking you to do the same thing because we want you to live too. Yes, Democrats want you to live. We actually want you to live better, but let's start by just living. That means vaccination and masks. Talk to each other, have conversations, not arguments. Check on your neighbors, help them out, build bridges, not walls. Until next week, for all the great people that I just listed, I am your presenter and host. I'm Jeff Kennedy, and I am honored to be here with you every single week. I love this program, and I love my audience. Whether you agree with me or not, you're all welcome here. So please come back and see us again next week when we return. That's it for this week. Thanks again. And again, just one more time, please take care of yourselves and each other. Until next week. Good night.